Introducing PubCoin. PubCoin is the rewards program for pub sports contributors. Regular chat contributors share their play of the day, POD, in the YouTube chat, including the phrase POD in their message. At the end of the week, the amount of units earned are converted into PubCoins. PubCoin can be used as reward points for prizes, shop discounts, and contests.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? It's Mills here, Pub Sports Radio. Do you guys want to challenge the personalities here at Pub Sports Radio? Do you guys think you're better than them at entering in your MMA predictions and picks? Would you want to get paid for it? $100? Here's how you do it, man. You sign up right here at the link below. It's just this easy. PubSportsRadio.com. Enter your email. Pick your weekly picks. That's it. Oh, and you get bonus points if you can predict how they're going to win in what round. Every single week, a new winner's getting crowned. So every Saturday on Pub Sports Radio. So come on and check us out. You can win $100 just for signing up. Only thing you need to do is see if you can beat us here at Pub Sports Radio by entering your UFC predictions and picks weekly. Do it. I dare you. See you guys soon.
Your membership to Gold, you will be automatically entered in every horse race, every Wednesday and Friday. It is time to race horses. We are racing camels today.
Shout out to the Gold members. We're racing in San Antonio immediately here. And we're off. 2 minutes, 74 canals on this racetrack. It's wide. We're racing in San Antonio.
Matt Wally moving forwardly. Jeff Slaughter in the mix as well. And as is Randall Sheffield, who's put that beautiful nose out front.
But it's actually real grass here, Jimmy. Maybe Kentucky bluegrass. Oldie, no! There he goes. Oldie in the lead now. K. Wolf falls back. The horses love it. Sometimes they stop and eat it on the way to the finish line. That's why your horses start so far in the back. Here. Oh, look at Nussflush Allen bursting out here. J-Dub in the mix. Rude Boy up here as well. Jimmy, take it away.
There's Oldie. Oldie is moving to the front. We are past the halfway mark in our 2 mile. And there's Ricky Levy.
Oh my goodness, he's in the mix here. Jimmy, take it home. This is our first dog race ever.
19 seconds left in the horse race here. It's Fernando Mendoza trying to find the wire. 14 seconds left. Can Fernando Mendoza take this home? Here comes Kenny Kengan. Kenny Kengan wants a piece of the pie. Put his schnoz up front. Ricky Bobby, 9 seconds left. Can Donut Silks make a run? Can Red Small make a run to be $50?
You son of a bitch!
Here comes Tori Coker. Kenny Kengan, Smoke and Mirrors, Director 97. Home. That is where comes Jason Meyer, the Eldorado custodian. Billy Friedrich. Joe's one all coming down to the finish.
Coin! Where?
Oh no! Fanatical Jim!
Get 'em, Jimmy, where low shack at? The bottle's getting empty, I'm not cracking, we stacking. Chips, all of this, what I want, plus money winners, that's what I'm on. You can say I'm gone, I prefer elevated Pub Sports Radio. Time to get educated, who can produce, fade the juice, letting loose with so much abuse that the bookies wanna call the truth. They getting slaughtered, can't forget Jeff and Low Baggers in the chat. That's a lethal weapon, cause we need, oh yeah, pubbing. We be pubbing!
What up, cappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, low baggers? Happy Friday, September 13th. Thank you for watching Betting with the Bag right here on Pub Sports Radio. What a horrible roller coaster ride of a day yesterday. Sweep the board in MLB. And then give it all back. Give it all back in not cashing the over. in Thursday Night Football, adding the Dolphins -2.5 before the game. 2 $100 live pops on the Dolphins at +6.5 and +10.5. The latter was right before Tua was knocked out of the game, which was, his fault. And then I lose on Texas State. And WNBA double up, even if it was smaller unit size, double up on the wings was atrocious. And I was so confident in it. And so that's the one I actually feel the worst about because, when you cap the capper, if you were capping my plan, you would have thought, oh, man, Jimmy's all over this. So that's the one I feel the worst about. Upsetting. But we have a massive show today. Thank you guys for rocking with us. We have Jose Bouquett, Daby Cab, and Sharpie joining us in MLB. I'm going to start off with CFL. We're running real nice in CFL. I'm taking shots in CFL. I got one spot where I've not seen one other person on it. Everybody, I haven't seen so many people even give us their prediction for the game, but the predictions I've seen, there's no one on my spot on the final game, which has been very nice ROI for me this year. So we start with CFL, rolling the MLB, coming off sweeping the board, which was good, but giving back the money really, really got to me last night. And then we have NCAA football, the Wine Time Sports, who's 11-5 on our show, hitting at 68.8%. Ryan Kozlowski, yes. Email us, pubsportsradio@gmail.com. We got lots of time to get you figured out. So thank you, Ryan. We'll get you locked down, taken care of, my man. So we roll into NCAA football. And, I'm 7-4 with the Texas State loss. So everything's going fine. But I'm a little disgruntled. And then we close up with WNBA with Brizzy. So it's just, the roller coaster ride. You can't let the losses hurt us so much more than the wins feel good. And I battle with that all the time. If we can get a little bit of confidence going into the last run in MLB, that's great. And look, we have winning records in NFL and NCAA football, but those losses hurt. It was funny. The Bills backers were just so adamant about the Bills, and they were so right. And I added that 15 minutes before game time. Let's not lament. Let's move forward. I'm very thankful to be here rocking with you guys. Let's take a look at the cappers that succeeded yesterday. Let's take a look at the highlights from yesterday. Troy Torrance cashing with the Astros on the cash cow. Big score for him. We have Jose Bouquett moving on the Texas Rangers money line. Cashing that Reds Cardinals under 7.5. So excellent work there. Daby Cab cashing with that first 5 over 3.5. Daby Cab had a nice day. 3-1. He's he's just a little bit down, just down a little bit over 4 units on the season. Disappointing sweeping the board and not getting the goods. And on the highlights too, because you put out all this action, it's hard for them to keep up, and there's it's all good, but my unders in that Tigers game not on my highlights here, which would have made my record look much better than it is. It's great to see all you guys. Thank you for being here. I'm sorry that I'm lamenting on yesterday. You sweep the board in MLB, you're ready to have that big day, and it gets taken from you very, very quickly. Thank you guys for rocking with us. Let's start copying and pasting the action from the chat. Stacks play today in Brewers, team total over 4.5, and the Connecticut Sun. So we got MLB and WNBA action from our guy, Justin McKelvey. Let's get that copied and pasted. Gerald Jones, best bet, Oakland A's -130 for Gerald Jones. There is Dennis Garcia. Yeah, Dennis Garcia says it was a stupid... Yeah, I should have just bet the under as soon as Skylar Thompson came in, but sometimes things go against you, and you just have to handle that. And it is what it is. We move forward. Dennis, my man. NJ Striker in the house. Kent Davies already bet UNLV +7.5 money line +220. Market is moved against him, and he might even add on. Let's go here and copy and paste. Big O in the house. Big O cashed overtime at plus 1420 in the Thursday nighter to start the season. Says, good morning, Jimmy. Did someone once say on the stream, if the difference between the total points and the spread is 15 or less, then take the favorite on the spread? I don't remember hearing that from anyone here on this show, but I will copy and paste it and sit with it for a bit and see it, try and retrace. Not sure if that was here. MLB play today, dog, Tampa Bay Rays. Of course, Ron Crawford cashed plus 157 on McCacken and the Marlins yesterday. Ron, that was spectacular. We talked about that on our football stream. Clark Edge in the house. Ron Crawford CFL play today is the BC Lions. And Clark Edge play today, Nats money line in the -1.5. Let's get that copied and pasted right here. Nate Dogg 420 series business. Am I lying? Odds bunch says Kumar Rocker. Skunk Blaster ready to go. Tex Styles. North Ender says nice to finally be on the right side of a bad beat. Primetime overs fall to 3 and 2 this year. North Ender cashing on the under 49. Happy that you got that cash. Happy that you got it. Dennis Garcia says if you loved Indy -3.5. Well, I mean, I took a -3. Says you'll love Indy -2.5. You know that's not the case, Dennis. Sharps are all over the Packers. I'm not saying that I don't go to the window, but sharps everywhere on the Packers. Peter Loshak on the Packers. A Nuke Worker hit with Arizona State last night. I was thinking about you, Nuke Worker. I was thinking, thank God I lost, and at least I had a friend that cashed. Gerald Jones, Ryan Kozlowski, SpongeBob Round Pants. And there's Ron Crawford talking about that hit with the Marlins. Kong's Clips ready to get to work. Troy Torrance moving on the over in Yankees Red Sox. Cubs money line. Cashed that under in the Yankees Red Sox very easily last night and pushed with the Yankees -1. It was a nice day. It was, in baseball. Trap God ready to go. Philly Eagle Flyer says pissed about M's tied after second inning loss on Brewers Giants game, tied after 2. And yes, North Ender, I think Ron Crawford answered that question. But when you see the body of work from these spreadsheet dogs this year, you'll know that he's not coming back. It's always going to be spreadsheet dogs. It's been just absolutely spectacular. And moreover, it's not even how spectacular it's been. It's how consistent it's been. How consistent. Chase J says the roller coaster ride is gambling, be it as an epithet. It can't be more true, and it really is a metaphor for life. You can be down on your ass or up sky high, and next day it's flip. Kingu in the house. Great to see you. Thank you for the kind words. We got Sharon Polium. Love to see it. Justin McKelvey says Suns game moved to 7. It was 5.5 when I bet and put it in chat this morning around 8 a.m. Respect, my friend. And Chase J says, in conclusion, continue gambling and be delusional. It pays off eventually. With that being said, this will be my soft launch on the Chicago Bears win Sunday night. Chase J, this is beautiful, beautifully written comments from Chase J. I love to see it, man. Nate Dogg cashed with Buffalo 1-0 in the contest week 2. Slatsy's on the Lions, Alouettes, money line, parlay, Argos, lines over 52, Lions team total over 28.5, Owls team total over 27. Copy and pasting all that because that's what we're going to get into first. So let me just give a couple more shouts out. Gun to the head, one CFL play. I was going to say the Ticats, but I like the over in the Argonauts beast. I guess the Ticats. Gun to the head, the Ticats. But I like the over in Argonauts lines. We'll talk about that here. Nasty Nate says the Red Sox erased my Bills money. Yes, I know all about erasing. Unfortunately, Nate, right there with you. Sharpie on the Rangers first 3 at -130. Let's get that copied and pasted. 9 legacy plays of the day. Let me get both of their action copied and pasted. There's Kelly McInnes in the house, ready to get to work. Thank you guys all for joining us. I'm very excited about what's going on here with our action and with football here. And I'm not going to let the winds out of my sails. Strategic, not that I can sail. The Chapiadora play of the day is K-State. K-State. God, imagine it in a sailboat. What would I do? Smell the fresh ocean air and what? Can't even comfortably jerk and choke it unless the boat's big enough. Red Girl in the house, 5-1 day yesterday. I love to see it. Slat says Tyler Snead, Keon, Julian Grant both practiced in full. Yes, Mark Antoine Dequoy doubtful. That's a big piece of that puzzle. I'll put that right under here. I mean, you guys have a pretty good injury report, other than, of course, your star cornerback. All right, Wager Texas raise 1-2 coin in the house, chosen one. Great to see all of you guys. Let's get to work in CFL football. We've been running really nice. The losses have been by half points, bad beats, but the overall record's not good enough. But we've been running nice, pulled ourselves out of that 6-unit hole, and let's attack the board. We start. Oh, I got the injury reports here. Let me make sure. Yes. Okay, here we go. We start with the Toronto Argonauts and the BC Lions. I'm on the over 52.5. It's a very high total, and I'm not too concerned with it. We watched the Lions defense hold the Alouettes last week to 310 total yards. But the Alouettes are a very different team than the Argos. The Argos go for broke. The Argos are so weak defensively. You have Chad Kelly throwing 56 passes in his last game. The Alouettes are just a complete football team, that will wear you down. And it's what BC Lions did to the Argos. I mean, Argos just basically what the Lions did to the Alouettes. The Alouettes basically no-showed at home. It's their second loss at home. They seem to be more attentive on the road. And I don't see how the Argos don't put up points. Now, we know the Lions right now, they're the favorite to win the Grey Cup. Everything's rolling. These last two games have been phenomenal. But I think that this very high total, we can still get over the total. Slatsy got the 52. I didn't. I got 52.5. This is now heavily juiced to the under, so 52s are going to be back. There was an 8-cent move towards the under, just 7 minutes ago? 7 minutes ago, there was a 8-cent move to the under. So 52s are going to come, 51.5. If you want to tail this over with me, I would be patient. I would wait. I would see at what number you can get this. And look, this is a very, very high total. And I don't like, 9 of my 10 total bets are unders. The 4.5 right now on the BC Lions is juiced to -111. Things they opened up at 4. They're now 4.5. Everything's been going swimmingly for the Lions, and we know in football it doesn't quite work like that. I would not be surprised at all if the Argos get off to a good start. They know that they're no longer the hunted, and that is the BC Lions right now. They're the hunter, and that's a good place to be in. Slatsy says, is there any player better to cheer against than Chad Kelly? Joseph Thompson also on the over. I'd love to hear that. Trap God says Lions -4. I think that it's just gone a little too perfect for the BC Lions. And anytime you go on the road and beat the defending champion of your sport and you come back home, it's hard to not think that it's a trickier spot than it looks. There's not been one person that's on the Argos. Everybody's on the Lions. And I just don't think it's going to be that easy. I know that Chad Kelly will get better. You have to go back a ways to talk about, the Lions destroying the Argos in BC Place. And there haven't been a lot of games of late in BC Place here where, we have to go back to 2022. So let's just break it down a little more. Argos coming off their second loss in a row, 41-27 at Ottawa. They were down 31-3 at the half. The Argos outgained the Redblacks 494-404, but Chad Kelly threw 4 interceptions, 2 of which were returned for touchdowns. So he's thrown 6 interceptions in the 3 games he's played this year. This was clearly the best quarterback in the CFL last year. I mean, clearly. And he's now played 3 games back. To think that he's with I don't want to say no pressure on him, but to think that he's not going to fire here in BC, I'm not going to sit with every single person on the BC Lions. And I understand why they're on them. I understand why Ron Crawford's spreadsheet play today on CFL is on the BC Lions. Statistically, they're playing at a very, very high level. And I don't think that the Argos have enough weapons around Kelly at wide receiver. Dave Unger caught 8 passes for 131 yards. He played better than I've ever seen him play in my life. Makai Polk caught 7 for 105. DeMonte Coxey is the guy you can trust. He caught 6 for 91 and 2 touchdowns. The thing about what the Argos did that blows my mind and makes me want to open hand slap Dinwiddie, because I am on the over 9.5 wins this year, and they're 6-6. And I'm on the over 7.5 wins for the Elks, and they have 5. And the Elks play the Argos on the final game of the season. This could go really badly for me. A 500 on each. This it's possible to lose both of these futures and be down a K, which would cut into the future gains that we're going to pick up here at the end of the MLB season. But Kadeem carried the ball 5 times. What the fuck are they thinking? When your offense is discombobulated, when your quarterback is throwing interception after interception, you want to have a run game to calm everybody down. And so that the defense knows that they can't just play a dime package and sit back and pick off Chad Kelly. He has to look at what Kadeem Carey did last week. 9.2 yards per carry, and you run them 5 times. I mean, it's just beyond me that anyone would any football mind would be so fucking stupid to think that you can go without a running game, throw 56 passes, and not have the secondary tee off on you. So Kadeem Carey's got to get the ball more in this game. You got to show some ability to run, and they can run the ball. The Argos have gone 0-4 over their last 4 road games. They've allowed 124 points. So, yes, it's a high total. Yes, the Lions are going to score a lot of points. I think the Argos can too. Lions coming off their second very impressive win in a row, defeating the defending Grey Cup champions 37-23 in Montreal. Nathan Rourke, 22 of 28 for 304 yards. 3 of those 6 misses were interceptions. But the defense held down the Owls. Hollins led receivers with 6 catches for 78 yards. I'm going to double down. This is not as strong a group of receivers as they had last year. This will not be as electric offense as we remember Nathan Rourke's offense from 2 years ago. William Stanback had a monster game. He ran 20 times for 120 yards and a touchdown. But look, Stanback was going up against his old team. He had so much to prove, and he proved it. The Lions are coming back, favorites to win the Grey Cup, world beaters. This is kind of a dangerous spot, a letdown spot. Now, I don't have the balls to back the Argos here. I'm just going to be on the over. But the Argos team total over has some interest in me. I'm not doubling down on this. I'm only on the over 52.5. That's where we stand right now. We have a final score from Ron Crawford of 31-23 via the spreadsheet. Robert Franklin on BC Lions minus 4.5 and the over 52.5. And Irish King says this is too easy. It's a W. So, look, all of you, the whole world on the Lions, good luck. I'm just going to be on the over 52.5. Let's roll on. Next up for us, we move on to the Redblacks and the Tiger Cats. Here again, I didn't get quite the best number. And with NFL and college football, I've got to be focused more as soon as these lines come out and be ready to attack. Lots of people got the Tiger Cats plus 4.5. I didn't. I got the Tiger Cats plus 4. It's now at 3.5. Let's take a look at the line history here for this one. This 3.5 is juiced to the Redblacks. So, you could see a 4 again. This moved to 3.5 yesterday at 8 in the morning. Then the Redblacks took juice. It's come back a cent. But then this did open at 4.5. So now 3.5. So we have the 1-point move towards the Tiger Cats. And for the total, we have a 50.5. That's minus 114 to the over, a 3-cent move towards the over. Let's roll into this one. Nate Dogg says Hamilton plus 3, leaning towards the over. Tim Hortons Stadium in Hamilton, Ontario. These Tiger Cats are 2-4 at home, just 3-9 on the year. The big story of the home or road dichotomy is the Redblacks 2-3 on the road, just 2-3 on the road, and 6-0-1 at home. Their defense just falls apart on the road for whatever reason. And 34.6 points per game on the road compared to 19.6 at home. I mean, that's extreme. But this isn't really me fading the Redblacks. It's me not believing they're quite as good as their 8-3-1 record shows. And look, Bob Dice cuts, waves Rocky Armstead, and the team comes together and plays a great football game. So look, I'm not in the locker room. I don't know how bad Rocky Armstead is, but when they brought in Morrow, I was like, how is that possible? How could he just step in right now? Jamal Morrow barely played last week. He was not the running back to take over. It was Clan Laybourne at running back. He ran 10 times for 47 yards. He's not a number one in this league. We saw what happened with the Stamps when they lost Dedrick Mills, Ohio State's Dedrick Mills. They didn't have a number one. Peyton Logan's not a number one. So I don't believe that I'm not entirely sure what we're going to get from the Redblacks as this season goes on. Obviously, they bought into Bob Dice. They have a great record. They're going to make the playoffs. But I think that they're vulnerable here. I think they're a vulnerable favorite at Hamilton. The Redblacks benefited greatly off of the 4 Chad Kelly interceptions, or they benefited greatly off this ridiculous play calling, 56 passes for Chad Kelly, and your star running back runs 5 times for 42 yards. Drew Brown was 30 of 40 for 349 yards and a touchdown. Dominique Brown caught 10 for 138 yards. Andre Miller caught 5 for 95. So, Dave, let's talk about the injuries now for the Redblacks, because their injury report's the longest of anyone. They've lost their returner, Devontae Dedmon, who's a monster. You don't want to kick to him. They lost their right tackle, Zach Palaos, a huge loss. He's a phenomenal tackle. They lose Jovan Santos Knox, and we talked about that in last week's breakdown. They lose their defensive end, Bryce Carter. They've lost, 2 main players in their secondary. This team is becoming less skilled in all these important positions. Now, yes, they bought into Bob Dice and all that, but the Ticats coming off their bye week with hope. For the first time all year, they're playing their best football. They were last seen a 31-28 win at home over the Argos in Week 13. Bo Levi Mitchell played his best game I've seen him play in a long time. 20 of 30, 347 yards, 2 touchdowns, and no interceptions. So their defense is horrific. We know that. Nobody allows more points than the Ticats. And they fired their defensive coordinator, and they brought Chris Jones in to come right the ship. You could say Chris Jones is incapable of righting the ship, sure, but he will get accountability from this team. And this offense, 392.2 yards per game, they have playmakers, and Tim White is the best in the business. So I really like the Ticats here. Really like that. And there's MMA Mad Hatter. I was trying to find you on Twitter. Yes, you won the horse race. I was trying to find you on Twitter, my man. Congratulations. Get that cash. All you got to do, email pubsportsradio@gmail.com. 50 American. It's nice. Nice little boost, man. Our guy, Matt Hatter in Kitchener. There's Truth Teller in the house. We have our guy, Justin McKelvey, rolling with me on the Ticats, and Spreadsheet is the Ticats as well from Ron Crawford. I love it. Wager Detective said his mission is to get Pub Sports Radio Nation to do a morning show down here in AC. We'd love that. We'd love that. Joseph Thompson giving us the final score in that BC Toronto game, 30-25. Truth Teller on the Ticats at plus 3.5 as well. All right, let's move on to our final spot on the board. So, and look, there's Rod's Wagon said Ticats 11-2-1 against spread their last 14 following a bye week. Oh, I love that. Love that, Rod. That's perfect timing for you to make me feel better about this spot. So here is this spot. Everybody, in fairness to this, I don't know. I haven't seen too many people even put out predictions in action on this game. But everybody I have is on the Alouettes, right? Of course, Alouettes are going to bounce back. This spread at 5.5 is, of course, very appealing to the dog. But I think this is, now, of course, they're going up against the defending Grey Cup champions who look a little weaker right now. And maybe they need to come in here and smash the Stampeders, but I don't think they need to. This is 5-0 Alouettes on the road. They just need to come out of here with a W. SpongeBob Roundpats is on the Alouettes too. Yes, I've not seen anybody who's with me on the Stampeders. Not one person on the Stampeders plus 5.5. Let's go over the line history here with this one. We have the total at 50. And you guys will see you're going to see this similar type of breakdown in college and in NFL. This total opened up at 50 minus 111. It's now minus 109. So like a 1 or 2 cent move to the over, depending on what side. And then on the spread, we have a 5.5. Now, this could become a 6. It's possible. This opened up at 5.5, and it did move to 5. which I like to see. And then it came back to 5.5. My bookie has held it at 4.5. They've not switched it off 4.5. Heritage has this at 6. They moved it to 6, 2 days ago? So, if we see 6.5, which we might see, this is not going to be a popular spot. And there's Rod Zawacki and Ron Crawford both with me on this, and Nate Dogg. I love seeing this because everything I've seen is on the Alouettes spreadsheet backing Calgary, Rod Zawacki backing Calgary. So let's talk about the spot. And I would like to focus the cap on Calgary, but we'll start with the Alouettes. We're at McMahon Stadium, Calgary, Alberta, 64 Fahrenheit, partly cloudy, 8 miles per hour. And we have Cody Fajardo, 27-37 for 240 yards, touchdown and a pick. He couldn't get anything going with his wide receivers. And the Lions don't have a very good secondary. So it was interesting to see. Walter Fletcher, their running back, led receivers with 8 catches for 72 yards. We know that this defense is excellent, but they allowed 472 total yards to the Lions. And now they're not going to have Duquois in the lineup, but they're going to come in as a defending champion who just got a slap in the face. And that's dangerous. And I can understand why everybody and anybody would want to back the Alouettes in this situation. But this isn't for me. For me, this is psychologically a situation where I think Jake Maier plays his best football. The Stamps are in a free fall. They've lost 4 straight. They've lost 5 of 6. So when did all this losing start? It started when Dedrick Mills took a leave of absence. Their star took a personal leave. And then when he came back in the Labor Day Classic for round 1, they didn't play him. Dickinson sending a message. That's all well and good. I just wish the hell we had known that. So Maier gets benched in that game. Maier doesn't have a running back that a legitimate running back to give the ball to, 10, 15 times in the game. He throws 4 interceptions. It's lousy. So Dickinson benches him. And we talked about it. We realized that I think it was Rod Zawacki who came in and told us that last week during our show. And at that point, I should have flipped because Dickinson Jake Maier is their guy. And Dickinson's telling the team, I don't have faith in him. I want him to sit on the bench. I mean, that's just a blow to the whole team. And I should have, instead of getting off Calgary, I should have hammered the Elks. But what's done is done. Logan Bonner came in. He threw 5 interceptions. I mean, he was even worse. So Jake Maier is back in this one. And I think it helps when you sit and you watch for a little while, watch a game, even though I don't know if I make the call because I would never have trusted Logan Bonner, especially in an important game against the in-province rival. The Elks ran the ball down the Stamps' throat. Something I'm not sure the Alouettes can do with Walter Fletcher. Walter Fletcher is so dynamic as a receiver out of the backfield. But does he want to keep running into the teeth of the defense? I'm not certain he does. And Dedrick Mills came back 65 yards on 14 carries. Now, that's more impressive than it looks because they were challenging. They were filling the box and challenging Logan Bonner, and then they picked him off 5 times. Reggie Beggleton still, caught for 123 yards. I think that the Alouettes win this game, and I think the Stampeders cover. I think we see Jake Maier's absolute best football game, and that's my action. There is our guy, Dan Bonner, says 2 days in a row. Thank the Bills for these Bills. Glad you cashed Dan Bonner, my man. Great friend, great capper, Dan Bonner. So in review, 3 spots on the board for me. I'm on the over 52.5 in Argos Lions. I'm on the Ticats +4 at -110. I'm on the Stamps +5.5 at -106. Making moves on each and every game because I really wanted to bet them, and not because I was just felt any kind of, I don't have a move on this one. I was never searching for a move. I knew exactly what I wanted to bet. I bet it on Tuesday night after the NFL show. NFL swimming through my mind. And I was like, no, I got to get this action in. I really like this action. So I've had it out and tweeted out for a long time. All right. That is CFL. Let's move on to MLB. As a group, we had a great day yesterday. And it's not been a great season. So we need to stack these great days. We need to have another one right here. Let's bring on my co-host here on Betting with the Bag. He is the star of MLB programming here at Pub Sports Radio, coming to us from San Antonio, Texas. Please welcome Mr. Jose Bouquett to the show. Jose, how are you?
Not too bad. Added the Reds late, kind of pissed me off, but still a 2-1 day. So can't complain. I actually went to bed semi-early yesterday, and I woke up to a Rangers victory. I was shocked to see that.
Yeah, Rangers look good. Came back late in this one. Jose Bouquett, my friend, I need to tweet out here the show. I was running a little late and I just let go of it. So let me just go over my action here and let's talk about any spots you almost moved on. Last night, I cashed Colorado, Detroit, first 3 under 2.5. Cashed the first 5 under 4. Cashed Cincinnati, St. Louis under 7.5. Cashed Boston, New York under 9. Push Yankees -1. Jose had a winning day. Daby Cab had a big winning day. It was great to see from all of you guys getting that cash. And then last night, Jose, I had my finger on the button for the first 5 under 4.5 in Marlins Nationals with Cabrera and Hertz. And I didn't press the button and it's now a 4. That's okay. I wasn't 100% certain on it and I let that go. Review the day that was and if you were close to moving anything. And then you know what? Feel free to start the Orioles-Tigers game. I'm just going to get this out.
No, do your thing. Yeah, so I don't even have a picture for the Tigers game, so we can start there. But yesterday, like I said, 2-1. Can't complain. We took the Rangers. Good bet there. They win outright. Kumar Rocker looks good. Always Rocker over lighter. And then we had the under in the Reds game, which was great. It turned out to be a little sweatier than we needed it to be, but that was great. And then just a dumb ad with the Reds money line there at the end. So that was just dumb. But it was 2-1 day. I can't complain. We're down 7 units on the year. I'm just trying to break through this glass fucking ceiling right now. So we're going to get there at some point. Still, decent amount of season left. So it'll be fun to watch here. As for bets that and yes, I'm glad I hit the birthday redemption pick for you, Robert, Red Girl, all you guys. So shout out to you. And MMA Mad Hatter, shout out to you. Thank you for the $10 dono, my guy. And congratulations on your horse victory. It was electric. I'm glad you could have watched that. But yes, there's 2 plays I am probably going to move on. They'll be later on the card. I am going to go back to the Texas Rangers, I believe, here. It's just kind of a ridiculous price with DeGrom, but we'll talk bullpens there. And I did like the Brewers as well here today. Going to get redemption. We bet him against a really good lefty the other day. They couldn't do it for us against another lefty today. So we will see here.
Well, I'm ready to rock. Let me set this up for you, my friend. Great job. Thank you for the holding the fort there. Let's roll. Yes, Kong. I'm close. I've been thinking about it. Trust me. We don't take these things lightly. They're very important. We talk about we often talk about how, look, I can go off into the corner and screw up my life, but if somebody tails a losing bet, it's just, you don't want to affect your friend's, wallet. So I care very much about the pick that I give you, Kong, my friend. 6:40 p.m. Eastern with the Baltimore Orioles, 83-64, 41-31 on the road to the Detroit Tigers, 75-72, 37-35 at home. We're at Comerica Park in Detroit, Michigan. It's absolutely beautiful up here. We expect this to be our last weekend of glory. It's just gorgeous. All weekend it's going to be beautiful up here. So it's going to be beautiful in Detroit. We have 79 Fahrenheit, 9.8 miles per hour in. Dice down to 8, but just beautiful. Let's get into the line history here for this one and the cash. So Dennis says it's too hot. But Dennis does love the winter up here. And
old man comment. God damn it, Dennis.
Yeah.
Dennis, by the way, still didn't tell me how old he was. That's the only thing I wanted for my birthday. Didn't give it to me.
No, I want him to stay mysterious. Let's talk about it. So I think Brant Herter is the primary. Do we not think that that's the case?
I just didn't have anyone listed, and I'm always dubious of RotoWire's expected pitchers. So that's why I was like, okay, I'll wait. But I wouldn't be surprised if it was him. But I just don't know.
These bullpen days, time and time again, we see this monstrous move to the Detroit Tigers. Their bullpen is just trusted and believed in, and we see it again here. This opened up at 9:52 a.m. at Pinnacle at +131. We're already down to +109. It's amazing that the Orioles, there's no faith in the Orioles in the marketplace, and they're right. They're right. This Orioles team is just not to be trusted right now. This total is a 7.5. It opened up at 9:52 a.m. at 8, and it went up to 8.5 at first, which is wild. It was at 8.5, I guess, for not long, 5 minutes, but it was a legit 8.5. 103 to the over, 109 to the under, and then back to 8, and now it's 7.5. So it's wild. Billy Walters type. Somebody bet it up so we can hammer it down. So it's moved a half run to the under, and we've had this huge move to the Detroit Tigers. Let's pull up the Action Network and see where we are here with the cash flow. I guess I need to refresh this and show me the goods, and they're not doing it. Wow. Is your action down, or do I need to pull up on
I was hoping that it would be up by now, and I'll give it a refresh, and yes, still no money splits or anything. Totals,
Wow.
money lines, nothing. Yeah. So
wow. Okay.
flying in the blind today. They say I'm a market cap pro. They will watch us today.
Zach Eflin, 10-8, 3.65 ERA, 1.14 whip. Can anybody let us know when action comes up as well? 148 innings, 125 Ks, 17 walks, 19 homers for Zach Eflin. Last start, 5 2/3, 8 hits, 3 earned runs, 2 homers, 4 Ks, 1 walk, and 7-1 loss at home versus the Rays. On the road, 5-5, 4.38 ERA, 262 opponent's batting average. And I think it's Brant Herter. In his last appearance, it was as a primary. It was 6 days ago. So I expect him to be here either starting or a primary. And he's been very good. There's a reason why this market's dropping. Also, this Tigers bullpen's been phenomenal. 2.10 ERA since August 15th. And the Orioles are not hitting lefties. 224, 673 OPS. The Orioles bullpen's being, slightly better, almost mediocre. 4.03 ERA. But Brant Herter's been great. 0.91 whip, 29 strikeouts and 4 walks over 33 innings. It has every right to move in the direction of the Tigers. Has it moved too far now to want the Tigers? Is possible. And what are your expectations of Zach Eflin? Jose, take it away.
Rodney Barton, the Orioles' depression is real.
Yeah,
my Orioles are cooked. We'll end up playing the Twins in the wild card and get smoked.
Wow.
Team isn't hitting with confidence, pitching depleted. It's a shame. Good God, Rodney.
Yeah. Well, the problem is the Orioles have had nothing for so long, and then they have all this incredible hope. Everyone gets so excited, and then they rip their beating heart out of their fans' chests. And
I still think this is an Orioles team just kind of waiting for the playoffs. Honestly, I know this is a battle for the division, but I think they know they're going to make the playoffs. So if they do make the wild card and play the Twins, I think they'll beat the Twins' ass because the Twins also suck. And if the Red Sox or Seattle Mariners or Detroit Tigers find a way into that spot, the Orioles would beat all of their asses too. So it's not all doom and gloom yet, Rodney. It's not all doom and gloom. Zach Eflin. I don't love Zach Eflin. I'll admit it. 5 2/3, 3 earned runs last time against Tampa Bay. But we talk about this frequently, and here we go. We're frozen a little bit. There we go. We talk about this frequently with Tampa Bay. If there's an organization that knows their former pitchers better, I don't know it. I kind of agree that Zach Eflin is an okay to good pitcher, but he's good enough for me to believe in, honestly. So I lean under in this game with you here, if that's what you were thinking, Jimmy. Orioles can't hit lefties, but I obviously would like to see confirmed pitchers and all that stuff. So I've got nothing in this game, but I lean under. And I think that, maybe you'll be complaining about it, but Zach Eflin will start a playoff game for the Orioles, and he won't do too bad.
I still can get an 8, a minus 115. I feel like this will be a playoff type of feel to it. The Tigers are just playing, playoff type baseball.
Every game for them is a playoff game because they're just trying to claw back in the wild card.
Do they have any chance? How far are they back?
They are 3.5 games back of the Twins, who have been trying to give away this division or this wild card for ages now. And I'm going to look right now just to make sure they are 3.5 games back. The next team for the wild card now. The Red Sox suck balls. The Mariners suck balls. and both lost yesterday. So they went from 3.5 to 4.5, and obviously the Tigers. And I mean, again, the Minnesota Twins are trying to give away this wild card thing. They were up by so many games, and they've lost like 10 straight, and they just keep losing and losing, and they find a way to stable the ship, and they just keep it's just bad time. So they've definitely got a shot, honestly.
Yeah, I don't see why we don't move on the under here. Under 8 minus 115. It's 118 at Pinnacle. I get 115 here at 365. It, like we said, it's a playoff type game. How many they being at home too, resting at home. How's their bullpen look? There were a couple high scoring games.
The bullpen is a little bit of a concern, admittedly.
Can you hit me with it?
Because Jason Foley went back-to-back days, Wednesday and Thursday. Tyler Holton threw 29 on Wednesday. Didn't throw yesterday, so he might be available. Sean Gunther, 20, and Brennan Hannafy, 17 yesterday. So that leaves us with Will Vest, the guy that also might start this game, KBO Kenta Maeda, as well, and Bo Brisky. So I Jason Foley believe is closing games for the Tigers right now, and him going back-to-back days is
it's Kiter Montero who they're showing. Oh, huh. Sorry to interrupt, but
no, it's big.
Does that stop you in your tracks? Thank you, Nate Dogg. I didn't realize I had backed up.
Kiter's not a lefty, right? So
you're right.
Orioles against righties, and let me update my split here real quick. Orioles.
Well, Benjamin says
righties.
Montero pitched Wednesday. Ain't no way. Yeah, how that doesn't make. Thank you. So that was in that 7-4 game he pitched. Sorry, let's just. Go to the box score on Wednesday. No, he didn't pitch on Wednesday, unless I've got the wrong date for this one. Sorry. Okay.
Well, this is obviously important stuff, and that's why I'm just kind of like, I'll wait until they announce a pitcher officially here, and then I can decide what I want to do here.
Oh, Tuesday, by the way, he says. So is that 11-0 win?
He threw a complete game shutout on the 10th.
Yeah, there's no way he's pitching. There's no way he's pitching. Okay.
So yeah, but no, I just, again, let's let them announce the pitcher, and then we'll figure out from there. Could be during.
I'm not gonna do that. No, I'm not gonna do that. Because I think when they announce Herter, he's pitching phenomenally well. And if I wait for them to announce it, it's going to be a 7.5. And I trust this Tigers bullpen.
My assumption is that they already know
the books.
Honestly.
Sure.
Yes.
Sure. That's why this has gone from 8.5 down to 8. You know what? I'm going to bet it. I'm going to bet the full game under here in Orioles Tigers at Comerica in a playoff type feel. I wonder if we do the same in Mets Phillies. We'll talk about that one. But I'm gonna bet this right now. Get this in. So Jose, if you could start off Royals Pirates, I'm gonna move.
Yeah, no problem. Again, no pitcher for the Royals listed for me here. I want to refresh on the books here one more time, but yeah, no pitcher for me listed.
Waka. We have Waka listed on the books.
Okay, beautiful.
But he wasn't listed because they had Alec Marsh on RotoWire.
Interesting. And yeah, BetOnline's still not listing a pitcher here, so that's interesting. So we'll just go Luis Ortiz first, and then we'll talk about Waka here in a second. I mean, Luis Ortiz is a funny case to me because I think in my head, he's a better pitcher than he is, maybe because of that stretch he had. He had back-to-back 6-inning complete, or not 6 innings, not complete, I should say, 6-inning shutout performances. Cleveland, Cincinnati gets touched up against Washington. I believe I was on Washington on that game because that was me challenging him to have another good start there after 2 shutout performances. But I see him as a decent to quality pitcher, honestly. And, before those 2 shutouts, 4 earned runs, 2 earned runs, 4 earned runs, 6 earned runs. I think I might be inflating him in my head a little bit. And, the books that have put out lines on this, I'm seeing them showing the Pirates being favored here, minus 125, minus 116-ish. I just do not think that should be the case if it's Waka or Marsh on the bump here. Truly. So that's why I'm like, okay, we're going to see what happens here. I'd be a little surprised to see the Royals that were the underdogs against the Pirates. I know it's on the road, but I think Michael Waka or Alec Marsh is a solid enough pitcher to go out there and get the job done. Waka has been pretty steady all year, and I'll say that Waka's last appearance, by the way, was on the 8th, 7 shutout innings against Minnesota, and a big start for them, obviously. Royals, Twins, both battling for that, wild card and still in the hunt for the division. So big innings there for him. Do I love backing him after 7 shutout innings? I don't. He's pitched 7 shutout innings or a shutout performance 3 times this year. First time was early in the season. Next performance, 6 innings, 5 earned runs. The next one, and by the way, 2 of them were against the White Sox. I'm just realizing that's kind of funny. 7 innings shutout against the White Sox. His next outing against Arizona, 4 2/3, 3 earned runs. And then he went 6 innings shutout against Cincinnati at Cincinnati, making it more impressive on the 17th of August. Went to Philadelphia came to the Kansas City, 6 innings, 2 earned runs on that appearance there. So that was a pretty good one, the most recent one, but it's still kind of worrisome. Again, we'll see if he is the official pitcher here listed. Again, a RotoWire showing Alec Marsh, but again, I'm always dubious about them. So no action for me to start off this. Jimmy, I don't know if you have any thoughts, feelings, or opinions about this.
I just need another second here. I got it in -115 under 8 at 365. I'm just available now.
Well, no worries. I'll mention real quick that the Royals against righties, since I still don't think they should be favored, or I don't think the Pirates should be favored. Royals against righties in this split, 25th, 89 weighted runs created plus. So struggling a bit since the 18th to the 13th.
Rod Zwacky says Marsh is looking to start. I mean, I had Marsh. I thought it was going to be Marsh here, so that was my cap. Now it's obviously Waka listed, very tricky. And then we can focus on Luis Ortiz, which you have done. I mean, neither of these teams are hitting. Royals now 242, 688 OPS versus righties. Pirates 244, 701, and they have horrific bullpens. And if this is Waka, we should come back and revisit this because I like Waka. When was Waka? Let's just see quickly when Waka's last start was. The 8th. So it very well could be Waka. And what was your feeling on Ortiz?
I think I overinflated him in my head. I faded him last time out because I challenged him to throw because he had 2 back-to-back shutout appearances, and I was like, "There's just no shot he can do it again." And he gave up some runs against the Nationals, but I think he's vulnerable. But I think I might have a bias towards him because of he's had some good appearances. But I think there's definitely going to be a comeback down to earth after 2 shutout. Gets touched up a little bit last time out, so I wouldn't be surprised at all if he gets touched up here again. I mean, I just don't think he should be favored. I think the line should be flipped. If anything, -125 Royals.
If this is Waka, I would like
even with Waka or Marsh.
No, Marsh makes me a little uncomfortable. I watched him really close, and I just don't feel like he has it right now. And he certainly doesn't have it on the road this year. 4.94 ERAs, allowed 11 homers and 58 in the third, 241 opponent's batting average. If this is Waka, I'd like to revisit this and possibly move on that first 5 under 4.5. Or, I imagine it'd be 4.5. It can't be a 5, can it? Just see here. Full game is 8.5 at a pick'em, and the first 5 unders 4.5, 2's to the under. So yes, I'd like the Christopher Tatum's book showing Marsh. So let's just wait on it. A Big Fat Polly looking at Royals first 5. I get it.
That's a very interesting name, Big Fat Polly. That's good.
It sounds like a gambler. Sounds like one of us. I like it. Okay, that's if Waka's in. We'll come back to this spot. Let's roll on. 6:40 p.m. Eastern. We have a playoff type baseball game here. New York Mets at Philadelphia Phillies. Mets 80 and 66, hitting 14 games over 500, 8 games over 500 on the road. At the Philadelphia Phillies, 88 and 58, 50 and 25 at home. We're at Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Let's get into the line history. Let's start with the weather here in Philly. We didn't touch on the weather in Pittsburgh, by the way. It's 82 Fahrenheit, 9.8 miles per hour in. I want to know if it's Waka, red alert. I bet it immediately. First 5 under 4.5. But this Mets Phillies here, 82 Fahrenheit, 3.6 miles per hour, right to left. So beautiful, beautiful night for baseball. Perfect baseball weather here. Let's get into the line history and the cash flow. From a line history standpoint, this 8.5, I was looking at a lot. You know, this opened up minus 111 to the under. It's now minus 103 to the under. So we have 8 cents of movement towards the over. A little surprised at that, just based on how incredible these bullpens have been. You know, they can really kind of slow damage down. Phillies have gone from minus 149 to minus 157. Londo's on the over 8.5 in this one. Wager Detective says, give me the Phillies. So, again, please let us know as soon as Action Network is up. I'm astonished that on a Friday they would leave us in the dark like this. What are we paying for? Jose Quintana going up against Aaron Nola. Quintana's been great this year. Solid. I mean, you know, just consistent innings eater. I mean, he's not going to get to 200 innings, but could get to 170, which is wonderful. 8-9, 4.09 ERA, 1.31 whip. Has allowed 22 jacks, but he's been great this year. He was great in this last start. 4-0 win at home versus the Reds. 6 2/3, 6 Ks, 2 walks. Didn't allow a run, 5 hits. On the road, he's been consistent. You know, slightly worse on the road than he's been at home. But 247 opponent's batting average, only allowing 5 home runs over 75 innings. It's just impressive all the way around. Then we have Aaron Nola, 12-7, 3.41 ERA, 1.18 whip. His last start was ugly, 9-5 loss at the Marlins. You've really nailed the whatever it is, the issues for the Phillies when they play the Marlins, and I hope that you continue to take advantage of that financially. At home, Nola is dynamite. At home, 6-3, 2.88 ERA, 93 strikeouts over 93 2/3. Has allowed 13 jacks, but then 93 to 22 K to walk ratio is nice. Then you have the elephant in the room, and that's the Phillies versus lefties. I mean, they're just monsters. 322, 878 OPS since August 15th. And the Mets really aren't hitting. They're playing really quality baseball, but they're not hitting. 231, 704 OPS. Mets bullpen 2.97 ERA since August 15th, and Phillies bullpen 2.68 ERA since August 15th. You know, I really get why someone who loves baseball like Noli does. You know, it's his sport. It's his favorite sport. It's always been his favorite sport. Plays it, coaches it, sons play it. You know, he just loves the sport. I know why he loves under. You know, I know why he loves under. Because it's clean baseball. It's a baseball that we, you know, remember. I mean, look, I don't want to talk about Ty Cobb much. You know, I mean, he's a pretty despised dude, but you know, baseball was an art form to Cobb. You know, he said he could hit as many homers as Babe if he wanted to hit homers. Now, no one believes that, but you know, it's just watching the Mets play right now. They're not hitting, and they're winning, and they're going under, and they're playing beautiful baseball. The Vientos at third is magic. I mean, they're Frankie Lindor at shortstop. I mean, this is one of the best seasons I've ever seen of a shortstop. But take it away here. Is this a playoff type game where you're looking at the under?
Yeah, I mean, I am, but unfortunately, like you said, the Phillies against lefties is the thing that scares me off of it. If this was in New York Mets as well, if they were the home team, I'd feel better about the under. But the bank, you know, it's getting to that point where the Phillies fans are starting to come out in droves, loud noises. I think obviously the Mets are a hated team in the division, so there's gonna be a good atmosphere, and I'm worried that the old Mets might show up when Jose Quintana gives up 2 first-inning runs or whatever the fuck might happen. So I'm off this game. I do lean under, like with you, Jimmy, but I have enough on the line, I guess, with my Braves to not make the playoffs bet, plus 375. I mean, I'm a big Mets guy. As I told you when I made the bet, I was going to have to need the Mets to come through for me. So let's go Mets. I hope they win this game, but I don't like this series against the Phillies. I don't like it at all.
The biggest advantage in this game, great to see Nut Flush rolling with us, Ken Mizrahi, Rance, great to see you guys. the biggest advantage in this game, there's our guy UPK, Yashi Allah, is the Philadelphia bats against the left-handed pitcher, which then makes Nola a big advantage over Quintana. But the biggest advantage is the Phillies versus lefties against the Mets versus righties. That's the biggest advantage in this entire game. If that's the case, then Phillies first 5 minus a half might be better than the Phillies -1. Would you agree to that?
Nola's history against the Phillies here
Against
real quick.
the
So
Mets?
he's had one start against them this year. It happens to be a complete game shutout, 9 innings, 4 hits, 8 Ks, no walks, domination. That was in January, February, March, April, May. So super early in the season. So make that note of what you will. I honestly, since it was so long ago, I don't make that big of a deal of it. Before then, he had a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 game losing streak against the Mets. Very interesting. He's had a shitload of starts against them, obviously, but this losing streak was pretty interesting to see here. And it's not like he pitched poorly in many of these games. 6 innings, 4 earned runs, 5 innings, 5 earned runs.
It's just Pete Alonso. He's the only guy that you need to worry about.
Yeah, Pete Alonso, 5 home runs off of him, 3 doubles, 327 average. Starling Marte, I don't know if he's going to be in the line. I don't think so. I haven't heard his name in fucking forever at this point. I don't know, but he also kills them. And that's, yeah, you're right. That's about it. Iglesias, 3 for 7, but not big of a sample size to really care. So yeah, Marte, Alonso are the ones that I'd be worried about. And, Frankie Lindor hit career 200 hitter off of him, but he's going to win He's going to be the second in MVP this year. He's been amazing. So.
30 at bats, 1 RBI. I mean, you take Lindor's bat out of the lineup, take JD Martinez's bat out of the lineup.
I think this is a different Lindor, is what I think. He'll have actually a better to decent game here.
Razor. Campbell's first glance, Bills Miami under. Never in doubt. Nice job, Razor.
I can't believe that Skylar Thompson is employed in the NFL. Cannot believe that.
Well, he wasn't the problem, man. That's not the problem.
Well, he's just a horrible college quarterback. He stinks.
I thought at least Mike White just airs it out, like crazy. But he's not there anymore. Shout out to Z Dina watching from Malaysia. Respect. Thank you for rocking with us.
Shout out to Malaysia.
Well, I tell you what, I think that the Phillies first 5 minus a half is the advantage. I really do. I think it's the advantage. The other. I mean, when it comes to the late innings, both bullpens are excellent. They have similar. Phillies are hitting harder, but it's similar. I think it becomes coin flippy. But in the first 5 innings, you have a team that's destroying lefties, and that gives you a big advantage on the mound and at the plate.
Yeah, and it causes me to lean over, like Wager Detective said. If I think that the Phillies bats are going to get to Jose Quintana, and I don't think that Nola can replicate his performance last time, probably lean over, yeah.
All right.
So, but again, no action on this game, officially.
Well, I think I move on this first 5 minus a half. Sorry we were hemming for so long on it, but I like
Definitely not humming.
That's right. Yeah, I don't. You think I hum?
Yeah.
I think I'm walking around humming a song in my... Okay. Let's just see what the line is moving towards the Phillies, 149 to -157. I think that's enough. Let's just see what it's done first 5, and then we'll move on. I'm sorry, I'm not forcing action, but this is sort of a game that you'd want to have action on. It's a very exciting spot. Bet Online has this first 5 at -160. They opened it at -153. I think this just goes further towards the Philly side. I'm going to move on here. I'm going to move on the Phillies first 5 minus a half. But let me set up the next game here because I came so close to moving on it. Marlins, Nats, Nationals Park in Washington, D.C. Nats 33-39 at home. Edward Cabrera, he, finally battled his demons and took out the Phillies. The Phillies had just shanked them. back-to-back opportunities. They just were all over him, and then he gets them. 7 innings, 6 Ks, 1 walk, 10-1 win at home. He's been bad on the road, 6.69 ERA, but I know he's better than those numbers indicate. 8 home runs allowed in 35 innings. The thing is he slayed the dragon, and now he's going to go play in Nationals Park in front of. I know it's Friday, so what? Maybe they get 12,000 people. I have some concern there, and then DJ Hertz has been, noticeably better on the road than he's been at home in the last month. Here he's got a 3.99 ERA, 231 opponent's batting average, and the Marlins aren't hitting lefties, the Nats aren't hitting righties, and the bullpens are bad. If I had moved on this first 5 under 4.5 last night, I'd be comfortable. I'd be pleased with the maneuver that I made. I didn't, because I had some concerns with Edward Cabrera, being fully focused in this one. And maybe that's a mistake, because that's 2 really nice starts in a row, and I'm a Cabrera backer. We have this opening up with the Nats minus 145. They're now minus 140, a 5-cent move to Cabrera. It's too bad. I would have liked to have had this under 4.5 in my pocket. I think I probably made a mistake not doing that. This opened up at 8.5. It dropped 8 and then came back to 8.5. I had at the time, I just didn't even want that full game. I was only focused on the first 5. So I'm not going to take the first 5 at 4 when I could have betted at 4.5. Wager Detective wants the Nats. Clark Edge on the Nats money line and minus 1.5. And so let's get to we can't get to the cash flow. So there you go. Why don't you fire away here, my man, and I will. I'm going to lock in Philly first 5 minus half.
I think I'm going to officially bet the full game under. It lines up like you just said. Nats. Nats not a good hitting team in general, and that is compared to all the other teams, obviously. They're hitting lefties well in this little split that we have going. Against righties, though, they are 18th, 95 weighted runs created plus, so below average. We know the Marlins aren't good against lefties. They are 24th, 69 weighted runs created plus, both very bad. DJ Hertz, again, lefty. He's faced these Marlins. That was his 3rd start of the season. 6 innings, 1 hit, 13 Ks, no walks against this very Marlins team. I'll buy in to the full game under. Bullpen wise, that's obviously where it's going to get a little scary. We have fresh bullpens. It's not going to say good bullpens. We have fresh bullpens. Bender threw 4 pitches yesterday. And who knows? If we get there, we get there. That's the hope, because we're expecting Cabrera to go, 5 innings, 6 innings here at the most from Edward Cabrera. So, again, it's just getting to the end of this game will be the scary part. But the hope is we have an 8 full game. Ideally, we get through the first 5 innings with 1, and then we're good, hopefully, from there. Live total will be like 5.5, 6.5, who knows? So we'll have some runs to spare. So, sure, I don't hate a first 5 under, but you guys have heard me talk about, how bad I am first 5 and how bad first 5s have been for me this year. So, full game under 8. I'm getting minus 110, I believe. Minus 113, excuse me.
Yeah, I wish I had have now moved on it. I'm not going to move on it now, but I understand. It's a little aggravating here. But I did get this first 5 minus half, minus 114 for the Phillies. We have great news. Great news. Our guy, Nut Flush Allen, was given a $50 free play at the slot machine while he waited to play poker, because there's fires right now in the area. So Kristen didn't have to teach. So she said, go play poker. So he's waiting with this $50 free play, pops it in, cashes for $12,945 with the $50 free play. And this is our friend Nutflush Island, who's taking care of his mom every day. Mom's now, in his house, so he has to leave work. So he's not been working, and he just cashes for $12,945. That's just absolutely wonderful.
You want to hear something else funny? Vitalis yesterday. He in Vegas guy. I saw him tweet this out. He cashed big on a slot as well. 66,000.
Jesus.
This is like I don't know exactly how the slots work because I think they're fucking rigged.
I prefer not to talk about these big scores because I don't want any of my friends ever playing slots. But Nut Flush, that's wonderful. Wonderful for Vitalis. And but Nut Flush, you deserve that, man, for all that you've been doing, taking, it's not working to take care of your mom and to get a score like this. You're right. It is karma, and you deserve it, my man. So wonderful, wonderful news for Nut Flush, and great news for Vitalis. And I don't want anybody playing slots.
Yeah, no, I tell Helga the same thing. Don't play the slots; they're rigged. And then she'll throw $100 in, get $500 back. I'm like, what the fuck? No,
you want your wives to play the slots because that lets you go to casinos. So you want your wives. Look, you're gonna have to take the loss. What I do with mine is that she has to come back every 20 minutes. So it stops because I need to, bet on a horse race. So she comes back every 20 minutes, and that kind of curtails the losing. But at least, you get the free hotel rooms, and then you get to gamble because your wife gambles on the slot. So it's a tricky thing. Let me just tweet this out here. Jose, I like that you're on the under. I should have moved on it last night. I have no one to blame but myself on the first 5 under. You got the under 8 at what number, Jose?
-113. Shout out to Kent Davies' wife who likes playing blackjack.
Blackjack it goes real fast though. Like it goes fast, and a lot of these spots will make them in hand $25, and it's those who are good at it can believe there's
I've never had the gall to play blackjack in Vegas. It's a very intimidating thing.
Okay. Why don't you set up the next game here? I'm just going to tweet out my second pick here.
Yes, I will move it on to Red Sox, Yankees. Incredibly frustrating game last night. Glad I was not on the Boston Red Sox. This team dead already. We've talked about that as well. And now we have Tanner Houck on the bump versus Clark Schmidt, who once upon a time, the apple of Jimmy's eye. In Jimmy's rotation once upon a time.
He's still there. I mean, injuries don't knock you out of my rotation.
Well, unfortunately, Jim, you can't have 45 pitchers on your rotation. You got bodies in there.
I never fell out of love.
Well, he's had one appearance since coming back. I forgot what his injury was or why he was not playing for a long time, but 4 2/3 shutout, 4 hits, no earned runs, 1 walk, 2 Ks at the Chicago Cubs. Obviously the strikeout numbers are a little concerning, but still good first start back. Comes up against the Red Sox here and Tanner Houck. And I'm glad that the Red Sox and, whatever, they're starting to say the loud part or the quiet part out loud. He's tired. Tanner Houck's exhausted. He's never pitched this kind of workload. They were considering moving his start back due to dead arm. He's thrown 169 pitches or innings, I should say, this year. 106 was his career high last year. So I just think he's tired. And I'm choosing not to back the Red Sox here. I wouldn't be surprised at all if he pitched pretty decently. He's pitched well against the Yankees before, but this year he hasn't, especially in the last 2 months. And again, I just think he's tired. 3 1/3, 2 hits, 3 runs, only one of them earned against the Yankees on January. It's on whatever the month before August is. And then in the last part of that month, 6 innings, 5 hits, 4 runs, 3 of them earned against the Yankees. So I was kind of honestly a little surprised that Clark Schmidt and the gang was not bigger favorites here. It's gone from -144 to -152. So, I guess I understand that here. If Jimmy, you took a -1 on the Yankees again here today, I definitely wouldn't hate it. I'm not going to move on the game. And if I had to move, especially after a 2-1 ball game and going into extra innings yesterday, my bet would be over in this game. Don't think Tanner Houck pitches that great. Clark Schmidt coming off the injury, or I guess whatever it was, and he has his first good start. I typically think one of those first two starts tend to go poorly. So no action for me here officially, but I lean over here, and I'm interested to hear what you have to say about this. And yes, we still don't have any action numbers yet. I'm going to refresh one more time, but
I keep refreshing. It's nothing.
yeah,
Yeah, the Cora saying that it's a dead arm phase. He had trouble bouncing back. He's been really bad since the All-Star break. Houck, 4.78 ERA, 1.46 WHIP, 38 to 21 K to walk ratio is terrible, terrible. Clark Schmidt here. It was a strained right lat that he was out for. Went on May 27th. So there is concern with Houck. There's no doubt about that. You have to have concern with how, and these the Red Sox and Yankees aren't hitting, and the Red Sox bullpen is still a problem. Londo on the under 8.5. I get that. I can't get there just because of the concerns around Houck. But Schmidt I do like, and I'm a little surprised and uncomfortable with this line. This line should be a bigger line for the Yankees favorites. And, I know the Yankees are only 8 games over 500 at home, and the Red Sox been great all year on the road, 6 games over 500. But it's just not, they open it at a line where they know they're going to get Yankees money, minus 143. I'm not going to jump in on it. I mean, if you look at the difference, but I mean, maybe there's no trust in Schmidt, but look who he shut down, the Cubs. So, Wager Detective said the Yankees been playing horrible last month. You want to compare the Red Sox record to the Yankees record in the last month? I mean, they're playing much better than the Red Sox, and this obviously minus 143. Everybody's going to want to run to the window after watching Houck pitch last out. So I'm just not going to go hit these spots. Nufflashan says, I feel like this is a spot where Yankees get a team total over. UPK Yash is on the Yankees money line and first 5 under. I'm going to leave this one out. The market's indicating that Houck is going to have a great start here.
Yeah, and I'd be a little surprised to see it because of the physical, exhaustion. But here's the thing. Cora talked about that dead arm situation. He's still pitching, and he's going to be a fixture in this Red Sox rotation for the next few years. So if he's pitching, I don't think the Red Sox would risk him getting hurt. And if he's got dead arm, they would have pushed him back. So, I mean, those are good signs there at the very least. Like I said, I was shocked to see this at minus 140. I expected at least minus 160 here.
Exactly. And I know that it's moved in the minus 150s range now, but it's not enough. It's a problem. It's setting you. Okay, let's just move on. Wager Detective says 59% implied odds for the Yankees actually seems kind of high. At minus 143, is that? That's not. Let me just pull that in here and see what those. Because I mean, if we're looking at here, let's just go. Sorry, it's an important thing you bring up. Let me just get my.
Well, while you do that, Sharpie has a good note for us here. He says Abbott had dead arm last year as well in his last 10 games. He still had 3 games with 2 runs or less.
All right, 59%. I get that.
Like I said, it makes sense. Like if they're talking about it, but he's still going to pitch and play, it's a good sign.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess you're right. I guess 58, 59% is right around, fair. I guess you're right, Wedge Detective. Okay, let's roll on. I'm not gonna move on it. Although I'd be curious to see what the cash is when it's available. So I'll just put the question marks there and not a move now. Yeah. Let's roll on. 7:07 p.m. Eastern. Next up, St. Louis Cardinals 74-72, 35-37 on the road. Toronto Blue Jays 69-78, 35-37 at home at the Rogers Center in Toronto, Ontario. Eric Fetty and Kevin Gossman. There's our guy.
Do you have odds for this?
Sorry.
I thought those were the pictures as well, but BetOnline has not posted a line for this, so. I have a suspicion that one of these two guys might be not pitching.
They didn't come out right away. There's no doubt about that. But we have. Wow, I thought it was. Oh no, it's here. It's here with the pitchers listed here at 365. It just
Interesting. FanDuel doesn't have him apparently, according to Sharpie, and neither does DK. That's fascinating.
Wow. I would like to cap this as if he's pitching, and then we don't need to move on it. We don't need to move on it. Oh yeah, there's what Sharpie's saying. Yeah, no, I get it. I'm comfortable staying off of the spot, but let's roll here. Eric Fetty versus what we think will be Kevin Gossman. Eric Fetty, 8.9, 3.39 ERA, 1.17 whip. Last start was nice, 6-1 loss at home to the Mariners, but it wasn't on him. 1 earned run, 1 strikeout, 3 walks. I mean, not his best start. I shouldn't say nice. It could have been better. He didn't make it through 5. He's struggled on the road at times, but I believe in him. And I think this Jays lineup, even though, 278, 21 OPS versus righties, I still don't believe it when I look at the lineups. Gossman, who we think is pitching, hasn't pitched since that 3-1 loss at the Braves. 6 innings, 3 earned runs, 5 Ks, 3 walks. I pushed the first 5 under, but those were the only 4 runs that were scored in the game. Everybody cashed the full game under. He struggled at home at times. 5.69 or 5.49 ERA, 255 points batting average. Cards versus righties, 262, 737 OPS. And then the Cards bullpen's been very good. Blue Jays bullpens looked a little better. Lex Steele looking at Cards money line. Sharpie says Gossman owes me. He's not being that dude, and I've been waiting to capitalize on him. It's time to give me this lineup in 4.5. I still don't care. I'll still take his case under. Interesting.
Oh, under. I thought he was going over.
K's under. Yeah, no. It's right away when you see these Gossman starts. If you see 97 on the gun, you can trust what he's doing out there.
And allegedly, this will be a long layoff for him, right? So he should be rested. But
maybe there's a reason why there's been a layoff. I mean, it doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's pitching today now.
All right, well, let's just move past it.
Well, yeah. I'll say this: Fetty. I thought he was pitching worse since he joined the Cardinals. He actually pitched pretty well, but like you mentioned, first start at the Cubs, 5 earned runs. At the Reds, 4 earned runs. He pitched well at the Twins, and then at the Yankees was his net start, 4 earned runs there. So I don't want to back him on the road either. So there.
Yeah, Fetty's been great to me this year, but 3.39 ERA, 1.17 whip. He's been great. All right, yeah, Will Hill still has no pitchers listed. Something's clearly up. If that's the case, you'd want to bet the Cardinals right now. If there's a chance that Gossman's not in the lineup,
what kind of lineup? Well, I don't know what kind of line you're getting on this game, but if the Cardinals were underdogs,
no, they're not. They're minus 129, minus 130.
Okay, yeah,
but still. Oh my God! Sorry, I'm tripping, man. It's minus 129 on the Jays. Jesus, sorry, lack of sleep, capping all night. The Cards open up at plus 122. They're now plus 119.
Yeah, I'd much rather take the Cardinals because Jimmy, off the top of your head, who would go next? Chris Bassett.
Sharpie saying it would be Barrios on normal rest.
Then no. Okay, so then there you go.
Okay, let's roll on. Next up for us, 7:10 p.m. Eastern with the Tampa Bay Rays, 72-75, 35-37 on the road at Cleveland Guardians, 84-63, 43-26 at home. Progressive Field in Cleveland, Ohio. Let's get into the weather here with this one.
We have our special guest on this game as well.
Oh yes. Oh, thank you. Sorry, God, I got.
Yeah, no, it's a long week. This is Friday. This is what happens when you get to Friday, guys. All the rest of the days come and smack you in the face.
Let's bring on our next guest. I love the way this man, Cap, star of the Odds Bunch YouTube channel, hearing his angles with his player props really helps decipher how the game's going to play out. Please welcome our friend Sharpie to the show. Sharpie, how are you?
Oh, you're muted.
You're muted, my man.
I'm waiting on either Gossman or Barrios in that last game, bro. Like, I'm gonna make some money either which way. But we're here.
So Barrios, it's over the strikeouts and Gossman's under?
I can't give away my secret on Barrios until they turn into my show if it's for Barrios. Okay, but Gossman is for sure under. At zone contact and chase contact, the first 6 guys in this Cardinals lineup are elite at both. He struggles versus both. He's 5% worse than league average, which is actually his worst number since 2018. Oh, God. I lost a lot of money on betting him over at the beginning of the year, Gossman, and I've capped him the last 7 weeks. There's been 2 times where I almost pulled the trigger on his over. The Angels and the Braves. He had 5 and 10. He had 5 guys in that lineup that sucked ass at zone contact and chase contact. And this ain't that lineup. This lineup is elite at that. And yeah, I expect them to take like 5.5 would be his normal strikeouts. It's the Cardinals, and I wouldn't expect it. I wouldn't be surprised if they did 4.5 it, and I still will go under on it.
Wow. Oh, that's great to know. Great heads up there. Let's roll into this spot that you want to attack here. Very interested to hear your thoughts. Rays, Guardians, and Progressive Field in Cleveland, Ohio. So we'll start with the weather. 78 Fahrenheit, 8.9 miles per hour, right to left, very slightly in, dies down to 8, and it's pretty much just right to left. This line opened up at minus 170 for the Guardians, and then went all the way down. Went all the way down to minus. I guess not all the way down. Oh yeah, minus 164. Then it jumped up to minus 180 at 11 this morning, and it's come back. At this point, we have 1 cent of movement. That's it. But because it's come back. Yeah, so it's at minus 171 right now, 1 cent of movement. From a total side of things here, we are dealing. Let's get this up. We're dealing with a 7.5 minus 110 to the under. Opened up minus 112 to the under. So 2 cents of movement on the over. Very, very little market movement here. Let's get the cash flow up here. Oh, of course. Why do I keep saying that? Jesus, I'm tired. Then let's get the X's and O's. Zach Littell, 6-9, 3.89 ERA, 1.33 whip, 122 strikeouts over 138 2/3. In his last start, 5 innings, 4 strikeouts, 1 walk in a 2-0 win at the Orioles. Pitching well. He struggled a bit on the road, 4.91 ERA, 319 opponents batting average. So he's been much better at home. And then you have Tanner Bybee on the other side, coming off the 4-0 loss at the Dodgers. 2 runs over 5 innings against the Dodgers is not bad. His splits, are worse at home, 4-3, 4.54 ERA, 245 opponents batting average. The Rays are not hitting righties, 226, 661 OPS, and the Guardians aren't hitting righties, 233, 682 OPS, and these bullpens are elite. Take it away, Sharpie. Best bet time. Londo sees runs here. Take it away, my friend.
Maybe there is runs, but once again, that don't correlate with strikeouts. But I'm on Tanner Bybee over 6.5 strikeouts at minus 122. Caesars has a better number, but I don't have Caesars, and everywhere else is like minus 125, so still at the same damn number. I don't always like getting in before lineups, guys, but I freaking had to. Like, what can these Rays do to make this lineup better? And the answer to me, guys, is not a damn thing. We can talk their overall numbers the last 15 days, which are not that bad. They're close to league average in walk percentage, striking out 23% of the time with a bottom 10 ISO. So why jump up Bybee? Meaning, putting juice on a 6.5 if this team doesn't have a K percentage that says jack it up, as he's only hit the over 6.5 just 2 of his last 10 games. Shit, he's just 50% to the over 5.5 his last 10 games. So why do we even have juice hooked on him today? I'm going to tell you why, guys. It's everywhere I look, guys. It screams Bybee is going to have a monster day. As when we look at his plate discipline metrics, we see a guy who pounds the zone 3% more than league average. And his issue, guys, is getting guys to chase, and he's not really good with chase contact. Well, the Rays have 1 guy on this projected lineup who is better than league average at zone contact. And when you're pounding the zone, we've got 8 guys who can't make contact in the zone. We're going to get to them 2 strikes. 1 guy who doesn't chase, and 2 guys who are better than league average at chase contact. We got 6 of these projected guys that are way worse than league average at every 3 things. That's just the keys, guys. Then we're going to go look at his pitch mix. And this dude throws a changeup to each side of the plate. Meaning, dude, last night, Gavin Williams, and most pitchers don't throw changeup as a righty. They don't throw them to a righty. They just use it as a lefty, an out pitch. Not this guy right here. Over the last 30 days, if you use a changeup versus both sides of the plate, you've had some of your best days of this year. Going back to Dodgers, Gavin Stone, and a couple dudes after him, it was just, man, if you got a changeup, you eat versus this team. So let's just go through his pitch mix, guys, as he uses the fastball, he uses the slider, he uses the changeup and the curve equally to both sides of the plate. He don't shy away from it, guys. and I come up with 9.5 on a bad day. Yeah, 6.5 minus 122. I'm on that shit. At the end of the day, I'll probably take a dart throw on the 10 plus, as there's action in this, guys. As the one guy that it says he cannot strike out by what he throws, and this guy's chase contact, is Yandy Diaz, who before the All-Star break and the trade deadline was striking out less than 13% of the time. Since the All-Star break, when he's asked to be that dude, he's no longer that contact guy. They're all swinging for home runs. He's striking out 20% of the time since the All-Star break. So that's not counting Diaz, counting Yandy for absolute nothing. I've got everybody else in this lineup gettable with multiple guys going down. So give me Tanner Bybee over 6.5. And I'll probably take that shot on the 10 plus as well.
And, would that lead you towards backing the Guardians? I know you're focusing just on player props, but,
yes, I think he's out there 6-7 innings and dominates this team. And I mean, shout out to our guy Noli Knows, man. And this is what got me on the Texas Rangers first three is I was talking shit on Bybee for giving up 2 runs and not going deep versus the Dodgers. And I was on the phone with him. I'm like, this fucking button. They were cheering, patting him on his back. I'm like, this fucking bum, bro. And he goes, bro, to ask a guy to be perfect is insane. 2 runs is a great fucking game. He goes, so that's what ended up taking me on the Rangers first three, is because their team total was under a half. And to ask DeGrom to be perfect for 3 innings, can he? Yes, but it's insane to ask a guy to be perfect. So I think 2 runs is where it's at. This team is strictly swinging for the fences. If you look at when they are scoring runs, it's coming on the home run. They cannot string hits together, and they're not looking to walk on a guy who pounds the zone. I think he's going to be out there for a while today.
They're not even offering it at 365, which is shocking. And we've also, when we get here to this spot, we get to the spreadsheet play of the day dog. I'm surprised that Londo is seeing runs in this, because I keep coming back to, Littell coming off a really nice start at Baltimore. So he's got the consecutive road starts.
I tried to call Noli this morning to talk to him, but he ain't woke up yet or whatever. But he's been riding this series under. I was going to ask him if he was on the under again, but dude, you give him these 2 bullpens and a good pitcher. This is just recipes, man. And we're at that time where this is playoff baseball for Cleveland, and the Rays don't go on vacation mode. They traded everybody, and they got a bunch of guys who are just swinging for the fences. That's what they are. It's just what they are.
Yeah, Wager Detective also on the over 7.5. I'm surprised to hear this. But Ron Crawford, after cashing with the Marlins at plus 157 yesterday, today it's the Tampa Bay Rays staying in Florida. Jose, your thoughts, Rays, Guardians, Progressive Field.
Yeah, I'll keep this one short. Great to break down as always, Sharpie. I have no action in this game. I think it's a little bit too juice for me to take the Cleveland Guardians, and I was surprised to see how big of favorites they were. So it does make me feel like Bybee shoves here, but yeah, I'll end up just passing on this game.
And I'm really surprised that Londo and Wager Detective are on the over in this one. I feel like this is just another under. There's been what's happening right now is teams are not hitting and bullpens are pitching really well across the board in Major League Baseball.
I would agree with you. This game is an under game for me personally. Cleveland against lefties in our split, by the way, 88 weighted runs created plus. I believe Littell's a lefty. Correct me if I'm wrong there.
I believe he is as well. Another thing I forgot to bring up too.
He's a righty. Just kidding.
Bybee's seen freaking murderers row when it comes to teams who don't strike out. The Dodgers, the Royals on back-to-backs, Milwaukee, Minnesota, Detroit 3 times in 3 weeks. Like, come on. And the Padres. Like, this is just a get-right spot, in my opinion, for him. Like, this is a come out and here you go. You've been in playoff mode. I've looked at his innings. He's only 12 innings past where he was at last year. Nothing to be worried about. So I really think he shoves. So if the line, like, I don't know how it's reading, but if it's all the money's on Bybee, then it says that Lidell's going to match him.
By the way, he is a righty, but Cleveland against righties, 96 weighted runs created plus, still below average. So still not really too scary.
I'm interested in the under. I'm not going to throw it in right now. I'm going to need to think about this with, Wager and Londo on the other side of it. But I'm interested in the under 7.5. Tanner Bybee over 6.5 Ks for Sharpie at -122. Ron Crawford on the Rays at +153. Spreadsheet dog. Sharpie, you have a show today where everyone can watch, my man?
Yeah, man, I got my show going on, pop in, drop in, you can just watch the replay. Catch my action as I got action today, man. And I've had 3 losing days this month. Yesterday was one of them. I lost 16 fucking cents in juice. I'm averaging 27 cents in juice on my losing days right now this month. Like, we're hot. We're seeing the board. And we gonna murk them today. So give me Gausman. Give me Berrios. Give me both of them, please, like they should be, so I can make money 2 days in a fucking row. And see y'all later on.
Love it. Love it. Odds Bunch YouTube channel. Catch up. I believe it's 2 p.m. Eastern. I think it's 2 p.m. Eastern. But I'll double check that. Maybe if you could send Sharpie a message, Jose, is it 2 p.m. Eastern? Ask him if it's 2 p.m. Eastern, his show, because I'd like to promote it perfectly here. All right, let's roll on. Drewski looking at Zach Littell 4 or more case. 7:20 p.m. Eastern with the LA Dodgers, 87-59, 39-32 on the road. Yes, 2 Eastern. Okay, thank you. So 2 p.m. Eastern here, the Odds Bunch YouTube channel for Sharpie Show. We're in Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia. Dodgers, Braves. This is a fun one. Things heating up here in the last few weeks of the season. And NHL and NBA just around the corner. Dodgers, Braves, we have a total here at 8.5. It's -105 to the under. This did go up to 9 for a cup of coffee, and it's come back. We have 4 or 5 cents of movement on the over from -110 to -115, 4 cents on the under. Let's get to the money line.
DJ have a new tagline.
Say what?
I like this. DJ Big Boss, you might have a good tagline here going. It's your grandma's favorite capper. I like that. I like that a lot right there.
Oh man. I need more DJ Big Boss in my life, man. The guy is just money in the bank. Let's just he's inspired us, man. The guy just completely inspired us.
By the way, I've not noticed this.
Yeah.
You could tell me that's Dom Ricci's body, and I'd believe you. You tell me that's Dommy Gunn's body. I believe you right there.
I miss Dommy Gunn, man. This guy. And also I can't wait to hear the story of going to South Bend and seeing them lose to Northern Illinois. Just
a nice Saturday afternoon. DJ, at least you didn't watch your team get blown out by their rival for the first time in history and leave in the third quarter.
Good you got out of there. Were you wearing a jersey?
Of course I was. Of course I was wearing a UTSA shirt.
They must have loved watching you walk in the third quarter.
Of course I had random white folks just waving goodbye to me as I walked out of the stadium. Of course it pissed me off.
All right, we have
I bet UTSA live, by the way.
I know. Well, look, yeah. I bet the Dolphins live twice last night. The Dodgers go from -104 to -107, -104 to -107. And from a total standpoint, I just want to refresh what it was. It was the 8.5, and it's gone 5 cents to the over. So a slight move to the over here. Let's take a look at the line history here. Oh, we can't look.
By the way, DJ stayed at the NIU hotel apparently, so that was just fate, DJ. That was just fate. You should have known right then and there.
It's too much, man. I cannot believe they're not giving us any information at cash. Action. What a bunch of dicks. Landon Knack, 2-3, 3 ERA, 0.96 whip in his last start, 6 innings, 3 hits, 2 earned runs, 1 homer, 8 Ks, 1 walk, and a 3-1 loss at home versus the Guardians. It was a really impressive performance. He's thrown 24 innings on the road, and he's looked great there. Allowed 4 jacks, 226 opponent's batting average. Spencer Schwellenbach on the other side, 5-7, 3.78 ERA. He got lit up and smoked by the Blue Jays in his last start at home. At home's got 4.05 ERA, 249 opponent's batting average. I'm wondering, Jose, if you include his minor league innings, are we going to deal with some Schwellenbach arm fatigue now? Are we hitting a limit. The Braves need him, so he's going to keep going out there.
Yeah, they need him bad. Do you want some breaking news on this game?
Yes.
It's your favorite kind of breaking news. The taint variety. Taint, Los Angeles Dodgers money line. Let me double check. Actually, yeah, full game money line -110 for Taint. He's destroying his career innings pitched right now. In 2023, and by the way, he's super young, drafted in 21. So there's not like a big sample size even in his minor league innings. Last year he threw, God damn it, Jimmy, you're making me fucking do math, and I was in remedial math for a damn reason. 51 1/3 plus 13.2 is 64 and 65 innings pitched he had, basically. So, sure, that's a good base, but just in the majors alone this year, he's thrown 97 already. So he's thrown a total combined this year of 142 and 2/3 innings pitched. And he's probably feeling it. Jimmy, there was I'm sure you saw this, a catcher released a 6th-round pick released from the Minnesota Twins for giving the other team the signs. And the player said it was because he wanted the season to end. He just wanted to get the fuck up out of there. So I've got a beeping thing in my house now, so I'll let you take over here. But I like the Dodgers. I'm probably going to move on them.
Sharpie said it's going to be really humid out there in Atlanta today. Lives 3 hours away now. 77% is real. Californians ain't used to it coming from one. Rod says Dodgers have won 12 of their last 13 games against NL East opponents following a win. Dodgers are raking versus righties, 267, 791 OPS. Braves aren't hitting righties at all. 232, 665 OPS. I'm kind of curious as to why this market's not moving, quicker towards the Dodgers. Let's just see how BetOnline handled this money line, because they would have got it out earlier. Maybe it's a bigger move there. Over at BetOnline, this opened up with the Dodgers -110. Now, they did become a dog for a period of time yesterday, so it could have worked as the dog play day, but it's just not moving in a way that I'm comfortable with at this point.
So I almost burned my house down, apparently.
No problem. I get it. I'm going to take another look at it here when cash becomes available. But the staleness of the market. I mean, we take a look at these two pitchers and what they've been doing lately. You have to think that there's an advantage with Landon Knack. So we know there's a huge advantage with the sticks. So why is this a pick 'em? Because you're in Atlanta.
I think it might be a little a Braves reputation. Honestly. But I do like the Dodgers. I will probably move on them as well. I'm in the same boat as you, Jimmy, though. Well, I'd like to see if there's just a shitload of money in bets on the Dodgers here.
There's got to be. I mean, I don't even see it.
If there is, then I'm not going to be on the Dodgers. If there isn't, and there's more people betting the Braves, Dodgers. But I'm expecting there to be 75% of the bets and like 85% of the money on the Dodgers at this line. So we'll see.
Lex Steele going old school with his knack. Who's there? Dog who? Dog of the day.
That's good.
Dodgers.
That's good, Lex Steele.
I'm going to need to wait to see cash. Rod Zawacki is right, though. The Braves bullpen is lights out, and there's a big advantage there. Young native Tino looking at that Freeman homer. I'm going to need to wait here. I just doesn't feel quite right. Let's roll on. 7:40 p.m. Eastern with the Oakland Athletics, 64 and 83, 28 and 44 on the road at the Chicago White Sox, 33 and 114, 18 and 57 at home. Guaranteed rate field in Chicago, Illinois. Let's take a look at the weather here in Chicago, Illinois. 77 Fahrenheit, 10.7 miles per hour in. Drops down to 8.9, but it's in. It's left to right. It's not fully in. It's left to right, slightly in. 71% on DraftKings are on the Dodgers. Well, I thought it'd be a little more than that. Let's get into the line history here for A's White Sox. We have these A's right now. sitting at minus 127. 127 with Brady Basso pitching. They opened up at minus 119, 8 cents of movement towards the Oakland A's, going up against Garrett Crochet. Very interesting market move against Crochet with the youngster on the mound. And we'll go over Basso because obviously I needed to learn about Basso. He 16th round pick in the 2019 draft out of Oklahoma State University. You know it well, right? Then we have him pitching in, sorry, pull this up. In this year in AA Midland, where he was excellent, 6 starts, 25 in the third. He was 2.84 ERA, 0.98 WHIP, 0.99 WHIP. Then they move him up to AAA and PCL league, and it's very difficult to pitch up there. 5.19 ERA, it's the thin air. It's very, very difficult. And he's a lefty, a sneaky lefty coming in.
I could have been Brady Basso. Born in 97, a lefty that hits righty, Oklahoma State. Fuck.
Yeah, I imagine that this was very close to being your life, Jose. Very, very close to pitching today against the 114 loss.
I'd have a good shot against them.
White Sox are hitting 208, 506 versus lefties. A's are hitting 224, 623 OPS versus lefties. I mean, I guess both of these lefties should come out here and just shove. Even though Crochet's not been pitching well, this total's gone from 8 to 7.5. And so let's just take a look at what this first 5 is. I mean, I can imagine neither team hitting here. We have a 3.5 now at Pinnacle. This opened up at 4.5, Jose. Now it's not a legit 3.5, but clearly a huge move to the under. It's too late. I guess it's just too late. It's just too late. This line's gone too far. I should have figured this out earlier, but the under, I guess, first 5 under is the play. If you can trust Crochet, who's not been very good, 2 innings, 4 earned runs in his last start at the Red Sox, 3.36 ERA at home. His numbers aren't looking.
Against the Red Sox team that sucks against lefties.
Yeah, but the A's aren't hitting lefties right now. Why don't you take it away? Let's hear your thoughts. A's, White Sox.
Well, a lot of talk about my tits in the chat. I like to see that as well. Jimmy, if you're interested, you could peruse that.
The words, not your tits.
No, they're talking about my tits.
Okay,
that's what it is. That's what it is. Talk about size, guesstimating. Maybe one day we can have that as a segment. I thought it was pretty shocking to have the A's this price here. It was pretty cheap. And I do want to bet on them here. Again, I need to see if there's more money in bets, like a shitload of more money in bets on the A's here, because this is a pretty bettable price against an Oakland A's or against the Chicago White Sox squad. Crochet, again, tired. He's going to go, 2, 3, 4 innings max. And then I get a shitty White Sox bullpen. Although it be rested, I will still take my chances against the White Sox bullpen here. So I want the A's. I'm going to make them official once Action gets their shit together, hopefully. But yeah, Oakland A's. I like them a lot.
It makes sense. It makes sense. I'm not sure if Daby Cab saying, you could do your own walking bets here.
I think T did it.
He did. Oh, he did it.
Yeah. I think T did it. So.
And he went 1-0. He cashed that with his tits bouncing.
Yeah, so I don't know why he hasn't done it again, honestly.
I'm sure a friend or a colleague or a parent saw his walking tits escapade. And that's probably why he's not doing it again. Maybe a woman that he likes,
I think that it would attract more women, honestly.
No, I'm certain that's not the case. I like this look on the A's. I think this makes perfect sense.
Oh, yes. That is how the sesh. Yeah, it's a very interesting Mondays every Monday, I'm sure, MMA, to say the least.
Yeah. Congratulations.
By the way, Brady.
Texas armchair. Yeah.
Brady Basso, this isn't his first go around in the majors. He's made 4 appearances this year. 1 start was his last appearance, 6 inning shutout against the Tigers. And now he's just getting an easier lineup. So I don't love backing him here off of a shutout, but it's the White Sox. So,
I mean, 4 2/3. Oh, sorry. I'm looking at Julian Aguilar. Yeah, 6 innings, but that was against another team that can't hit lefties. He's throwing 9 1/3 so far this year. I get why you like the A's. I think they're live. They're especially live if they go down a run. And how long is Crochet going to be in there? Not long.
yeah.
Now, the White Sox bullpen's been quite a bit better than the A's bullpen since August 15th.
That's fair. That's fair. No arguments here. But I'll ultimately just end up rolling my dice here with the worst team in the league. And let's see real quick. I want to see when's the last time my boys pitched. Mason Miller threw 4 pitches Tuesday, 9 on Wednesday, day off yesterday. So expecting him to be good. But a whole A's bullpen should be ready to go. And I'll say this, Jimmy. I mean, the A's do have good pieces. But it's like guys like Ross Stripling go in there and start throwing relief innings, that bullpen ERA just skyrockets. So I feel better about the A's knowing that they at least have a full, healthy bullpen. And if they want to go out there and win this game and throw their best arms, they will.
All right. Rod's Wacky says under 8 each of the Athletics' last 6 games is favored against the White Sox. Have gone under the total. Each of the last 6 have gone under the total. Kelly McKinnon is also on the A's here. I'm going to have to take a look at that afterwards. Let's roll on. 7:20 p.m. Eastern. We have Cincinnati Reds at Minnesota Twins. Reds 71-77, 35-38 on the road. Twins 78-68, 41-31 at home. At Target Field, Minneapolis, Minnesota. I was surprised that this market wasn't, moving very quickly towards Bailey Ober. Let's start with the weather in Minnesota. 77 Fahrenheit, 8.9 miles per hour in, dies down to 7.2 miles per hour. Let's get into the line history here for this one. I can't believe it's so dope that Nut Flush picks up 13K.
That's what a rush. I can't even imagine what that rush would be like.
I'm happy for him. He deserves it. So we have an 8.5 here. This total opened up at 8.5. It went up to 9. It dropped down to 8. Confusion in the marketplace. We've had 8 cents of movement to the over 8.5 at this point. And then on the money line here, we have the Twins at minus 208. First off, I was surprised they opened at minus 203. I thought that was a little higher than I expected. I expected a minus 180, minus 190. Opens up minus 203. Gets up to now minus 208. I guess it doesn't have to be a huge move. DC Capper just got back from the doctor's office. I hope it was all good, DC. Hope all's going well there with you, my man. And Nunya says, I just went out, got a haircut, new pair of shades, something to sip on, ended up getting a MILF's number. And stopping a brawl at the country store. And he stopped a brawl at the country store. It's the weekend, baby.
What was the brawl about at the country store? I'd love to know that, Nunya. That was a great weekend. I know Nunya's mulleted up. I can see it now.
You don't want to know. See, that's the thing. When you get older, you'll never want to know again. This need to know why someone's fighting or whatever is just that will go away. Take it away. Oh, so let's go with Julian. Let's talk about Julian Aguilar. Another Long Beach product known by our friend Noli Knows. A 12th round pick in the 2021 draft. I forget Noli's friendship with him. I can't remember what it was, but I know that he I think he pitched him in Little League coached him in Little League or something like that. We have in AA Chattanooga, he looked really good in 13 starts, went up to AAA Louisville and still looked good. I mean, not quite as good, 4.40 ERA and a 1.26 whip, but he's a good pitcher. This is a good pitcher, a good young arm here. And he's going up against Bailey Ober, 12-6, 3.77 ERA. So that last performance by Julian was beautiful. 4 2/3, 2 hits, 2 Ks, 2 walks, 3-1 win at the Mets. He's throwing 21 in the third and just 11 Ks and 8 walks. So there's things he's got to work on, but he's getting the job done. Then Bailey Ober coming off a beautiful start in the 4-2 loss at the Royals. He's pitching very well right now. At home, 3.80 ERA, 203 opponents batting average. Reds versus righties, 246, 677 OPS. Twins, 235, 679. Neither team's hitting, and both bullpens are very, very vulnerable. Take it away for us here, Jose. Reds, Twins.
I think I say this every time the Twins are minus 200. I don't think they should be minus 200 against anyone. They're not a good ball club. They were playing poorly. Sure, they're on a 2-game winning streak. That makes me want to bet against them even more. But I'm not going to bet on Julian here, a Reds team that's kind of meh. And Ellie De La Cruz, I'm still kind of pissed out about the error the other day. So
we had another one yesterday.
Yeah,
that almost cost us the under yesterday. I mean,
that's why I'm like, you know what? No more Reds action for me. There are certain teams I swear off in these kind of situations now, or this kind of season, part of the season.
Loaded bases, 5-1. They're down, 2 out, bottom of the 8th. It's a dribbler to him, and he's so focused on getting the ball to second. Like he's already like thinking about. It's like he's throwing it before it's in his glove, and of course he doesn't fully pick it up in his glove, and it's he bothers me so much now. I don't trust him at all out there. All right, let's roll on. 8:40 p.m. Eastern. 8:40 p.m. Eastern. We have the Chicago Cubs at Colorado Rockies. Cubbies 75-71, 37-38 on the road. Rockies 55-92, 32-37 at home. Coors Field in Denver, Colorado. Let's take a look at the weather in Denver. We have 80 Fahrenheit, 8 miles per hour right to left, dies down to 6.3 miles per hour. Once it gets to 6.3, it is coming in. Ed C102C says, any thoughts on Spencer Steer Homer for his first 2020 season against the team who drafted him?
It's not bad. It's not bad.
It's an interesting angle. I will copy and paste that too. Interesting angle for Reds.
Yeah, you know, Ed, if Steer goes deep, he'll be the only person I'll be thinking about.
I'm sure he's going to love that.
Yeah, me thinking about him all day now.
Yeah. Javier Assad going up against Austin Gomber. Austin Gomber back from the paternity list. That always throws a bit of a twist in the cap.
Congrats on the sex, Austin Gomber.
Oh, God. Ron Carver says the Rocks were almost the play of the day, dog. I never know what to expect when you come back from the paternity list here. He's coming off a brilliant start, too. His best start of the year. 8 innings, 1 earned run, 6 Ks, no walks, and 3-1 win at the Braves. That also, get him out of his routine. I certainly don't want to back him. The Cubs have no power against lefties since August 15th. 263 average, which is a 689 OPS. Rockies versus Reddies, 235, 710. Robert Franklin on the Rockies money line. Rockies bullpen pitching much better, 3.63 ERA. Going up against Javier Assad, who hasn't been that good at home or on the road this year. 4.01 ERA, 263 opponent's batting average. A far cry from what he's done at Wrigley. His last start was at home, and he looked good. 5 2/3, 1 earned run. Nutflush says Cubs coming off playing in LA, now headed to Toronto. Or sorry, God, Colorado. I don't want to expect Gomber to pitch spectacularly well when he leaves his routine and goes on the paternity list. And I'm not going to. Just not going to. Let's take a look at the line history and then hand it over to Jose. We have Gomber at plus 128. He opened up at plus 124, a 4-cent move towards the Cubs. And when we get to the total in this one, we have 11. This opened up at 10.5 and went up to 11. I mean, I think that's telling. I think maybe both of these pitchers could be vulnerable here. Take it away, Jose. Cubbies, Rockies.
Yeah, I think I was right there with you, Ron. I was thinking Rockies here. I don't love that Gomber's, off the paternity list and all that stuff. But I don't trust Assad here. It was the main theory of my breakdown here. He's had 4 starts against the Rockies. He had 1 appearance in Coors. It was 3 1/3, 5 hits, 4 earned runs. He's gone back-to-back shutout performances last year and this year. He had one of 6 innings, 4 hits, no earned runs, and a 12-2 victory early in the season at home. I just think he struggles in the thin air today. I like the Rockies. I was leaning that way heavily. I haven't moved on it yet. Kind of in the same kind of holding pattern, waiting for action to at least show us what if we're on public spots or whatnot. That's what I'm trying to avoid here, obviously. So, I do think the Rockies are live here, and I wouldn't be surprised at all if they win.
So this is their 3rd child, so maybe it's not too big of a situation. It's a girl. They have 2 boys already.
2, who cares, right?
It becomes much easier.
You're a savvy veteran.
It's not you as much as your wife. Your wife fires it out in 15 minutes. It's like Seriously, it's just so easy. The first one is horrific, and the second one just fires out immediately.
That's funny. Rockies team total was something I thought about as well. Not Flush. Don't hate that at all.
I mean, Gomber's pitching spectacularly well right now. But the fact that this has gone from 10.5 to 11, and this is not moving to the Rockies, does imply some question marks here. And the paternity list and getting out of the routine, I'm going to stay off of it. But I'm telling you, if we weren't dealing with this, I'd be right with you guys. I'd be on the Rockies first 5, probably plus a half. I'd have to see what that number is, but I'm not going to here. And I bet you if there was not this, child born, this isn't like, also, that when you have your first son, let's say your first child and it's a son, you're exhausted, but you're also like, we watch pitchers deliver in that situation. I don't know what the hell's going to happen here. Third child. I'm going to stay off of the spot. Now plus 16 wants to move on the Rockies team total over. Just needs to lock in a little lineup info. J-Dub on the under 11. I would be interested in it. But he's also on the Cubs money line. And the bookie buster, Connecticut minus 6.5. And yes, Jeff R. talking, Dr. Bag. Let's roll on.
I can see it. Like your next life, who knows? You're an OBGYN. I could see that.
No. No. I think my next life, heroin. I'd like to try heroin. Yeah.
You got to chase the dragon sometimes.
Yeah, and it's just too costly in this life. But maybe the next life, maybe I'm nothing to lose.
Yeah, like you say, you don't want to ruin everyone else's life, just yours.
Yeah. Let's move on. 9:38 p.m. Eastern. We have the Houston Astros, 78 and 68. Philly Eagle Flyer. It's the Action Network that we use. Astros, Angel Stadium, Anaheim, California. Yusei Kikuchi and Samuel Aldegeri. My dude says Cubs are playing for the playoffs, just like they were last time, like they were last year. Cubbies all day, says our guy, my dude. Kikuchi versus Aldegeri. So Aldegeri had that first start. Statistically looks okay because the runs that were scored against them weren't earned. Then we backed him against the Rangers because the Rangers aren't hitting lefties at all. And we have a different situation here. And I wondered what you thought about this. The Astros are hitting 234, 658 OPS first lefties. They're not hitting them since August 15th. Do you trust the numbers or do you trust the vividness bias that they rake lefties?
That's the question I battle all the time about this. No Altuve in this lineup either. Hurts. So that was good, Kongs. That's good. That's good right there. I don't think they can hit lefties right now. No, that's the side I'll fall on. No Altuve. In an already shorter lineup than usual, I'll opt to the no side.
Look, Nordy backing that up. 36 hours for the first, 2 hours for the second.
I thought you were going to say Nordy's backing up the heroin. I was like, my God.
No. Nordy doesn't want me. Okay. Astros, Angels here. So you have the Astros not hitting lefties, and you have the Angels incredibly incapable of hitting lefties. 194, 591 OPS. And then you have these two bullpens that are pitching spectacularly well. So Kikuchi's last start, 11-5 win at home versus Arizona, wasn't very good, but this is right in his wheelhouse. Imagine he's just going to deliver here. And both pitchers could, which would mean that, valid to have interest in the under. Also, look what our guy Nutflush saying, weather in SoCal dropped big time, went from 105 to 70. Kongs, we're so happy. I shouldn't be joking around with that stuff. We're so happy that you are with us and you're healthy and you lead by example, my guy.
Agreed, Kong. Nice to see you here.
And DC saying, I think you're looking good on your double up on the Detroit over. Oh, you're talking Lions Buccaneers. Okay, thank you. Okay, sorry, I was just thinking baseball. I was like, what the hell have I done? So let's take a look at this under here. It's not moving. This line's not moving. And I imagine that anybody looking at this would think over. I really do. I think, anyone watching, wouldn't you look at this spot, Kikuchi not pitching well, this kid going up against the Astros, with this line not moving, it's not a warm night in LA. I think the under is very live here. Let's just take a look at the money line to see if we can get a sentiment. If the market thinks that Aldigeri can pitch well here, the Angels are plus 181. They opened up at plus 176, so only being 6 cents, some movement towards the Astros. And my dude giving Kong his flowers, respect. I love to see it. J-Dub says Angels not hitting lefties, but some now have high 6.4 runs per 9. I'm trying to get to the Angels some way. I think this is a great bounce back spot for Kikuchi, and I don't want the Astros at this price. But maybe it's an okay price for the Astros -1. Take it away here for us, Jose. Astros, Angels.
By the way, shout out to Kong. 7 years clean. Shout out to you, man. That's hard shit to kick, obviously. And we're glad that you're here. 7 years is a long ass time. So congratulations to you, my man.
36 units in college football to start the season. I mean, he's a monster. We're so
what, Kong? I know you couldn't do that on heroin. I know for a fact you couldn't. So there you go. There's 7 years clean, fucking putting it off right there. No action here from me. I've sworn off the Angels in the last part of the season here. I don't know what to make of this guy either. Jim, I need to keep watching him. Kikuchi's going to kick out Justin Verlander for a playoff, maybe roster spot or rotation spot. So I am off this game. I expect both these guys to pitch pretty decently. I do think the Astros are kind of in just get me to the playoff mode. And I know that's concerning for you guys because you guys obviously are sweating every Astros games for your division bet. But like I said, I mean,
I'm not sweating too much. The Mariners are not instilling fear in anybody.
No, I told you guys fucking weeks ago. They're done. You won that bet. Congratulations. That was a great bet. And I was the most negative person on the Astros feeling like the whole year. And that was a fucking awesome bet that I should have jumped on with you guys.
I want the under. I want the under here. Again, I hope that I can have that backed by the market here. So I'm not going to put it in right this second. Line's not moving. Mikey Money in the house. Nice to see you, Mikey. I want the under 8.5 in Astros, Angels. Let's roll on. Next up for us, 9:40 p.m. Eastern with the Milwaukee Brewers, 84-62, 42-33 on the road at the Arizona Diamondbacks, 82-64, 41-31 at home at Chase Field in Phoenix, Arizona. Freddie Peralta and Eduardo Rodriguez. I mean, the roof is going to be closed, right? I mean, it's still ridiculously hot, but let's just see Arizona Diamondbacks roof open. I imagine we're going to see just closed. And we have, closed. So it's closed all weekend. No worries about that. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday, you don't need to worry about anything. So let's roll here. Freddie Peralta and Eduardo Rodriguez. The lefty, has not looked very good of late, coming off that 11-5 loss at the Astros. Brewers versus lefties, 223, 741 OPS. I'm starting to think that maybe it is an Astros smash spot.
Huh. I didn't even notice that Stacks was on the Brewers. I'm glad. Stacks. There we go.
Brewers. Oh, man, that was our bad. Let's go back to the Brewers spot. We also have Stacks for WNBA, but that was our bad, missing our guy, Justin McKelvey's action. Shout out to Stacks in the house. Stacks. I may want the Astros It's possible in this one. I may want him. But let's talk about this Brewers spot. We got Freddie Peralta, 10-8, 3.81 ERA, 1.22 whip. Last start went 4 2/3, 7 hits, 3 earned runs, and a 4-1 loss at home versus the Rockies. He's been great on the road all year, 3.39 ERA, 2.14 opponents batting average. And the Brewers are hitting lefties, 223, 741 OPS. Diamondbacks versus righties, 278, 43 OPS. They're hitting them hard. Brewers bullpen 2.51 ERA. Diamondbacks bullpen's being poor, not delivering. So take a look
By
at
the
way,
officially Marsh for the Royals. Thank you for ever mentioning that in the chat. Ryan Kozlowski.
Thank you, Ryan. No, it's yeah, I watched Marsh pretty close, and I wanted Waka. So we have the Diamondbacks minus 117. They opened up minus 108. 9 cents of movement towards them. Interesting. And then from a total standpoint, we have an 8.5 minus 115 to the over. Open minus 108 to the over. So we have 7 cents of movement towards the over. Still no cash flow. Take it away here for us, Jose. Brewers, Diamondbacks.
Yeah, I said off the top of the show, 2 bets I was looking to make, and the Brewers are one of them. Like I said, we backed them the other day against the Giants. That went horribly wrong. Blake Snell shoved it up their ass, but the Brewers are still a good hitting lefty team. And I'll take my shot with another lefty on the bump here. Brewers from the 15th to the 13th, 104 weighted runs created plus, 7th best in the league. You know, maybe that's a little underwhelming, but I still believe in the Brewers' abilities here. Full season, 102 weighted runs created plus, so bat average 14th. And it's funny, Eduardo Rodriguez, you know, his first season in Detroit, injury riddled, checkered, not good. Here, same kind of thing, injuries, you know, like just a bunch of shit that he just has not pitched consistently here. So I just ultimately will have not backed him all year. I do not want to back him, and I hope to God he doesn't make the playoff rotation for the Diamondbacks here, but there's just no shot. So it's going to be Brewers for me. It's either going to be Brewers money line, team total like stacks, and then nut flush I'm sure would do here, but I do like the Brewers. I just need to see, obviously, market information and all that stuff. Well, just see where the bets and money are, really. I'm pretty convinced Brewers roll here.
What about the over 8.5 in this spot? I mean, it's moving a little bit to the over 8.5. Freddie Peralta, who's been very good on the roads, going up against a Diamondbacks team that's, you know, ripping the leather off the ball against righties. And then Eduardo Rodriguez not to be trusted. You also have a Diamondbacks bullpen at 5.19 ERA. So the only concern would be like a 5-2 Brewers lead or a 4-2 Brewers lead.
Yeah, I like the over here. I definitely could see it. I think Eddie gets touched. And we just talked about how good the Brewers are. You mentioned it, righties against righties. Arizona tied for the first best in the league with everyone's favorite Toronto Blue Jays squad as well, by the way, which is very funny. But yeah, I lean over in this game. Like I said, team total, maybe money line for the Brewers, but I do expect runs, and I think the Brewers come away with more.
I would want Arizona to be in the lead in this game. It would be much more comfortable, you know, so we could attack the Diamondbacks bullpen and not have the best pieces of the Brewers bullpen. So,
yeah. By the way, apparently I've not been on my mic all show, so apologies.
Sorry?
Apparently I haven't been using my mic all show, so apologies.
You know, I was wondering if you were or not, but it sounded better than usual, so I thought that you must be. Okay. It didn't sound as tinny as I remember. But nice to have you back. Over 8.5, my fault. I should have sussed that out. Fernando Mendoza also on the over 8.5 here. Robert Franklin looking at over 8.5. DC Capper interested in the over 8.5. I'm interested too, and I expect to move on it. All right, we got 2 games left here in MLB, and we welcome our second guest to the show. We have the star of our hit new college football show, The Tailgate, 10 a.m. Eastern tomorrow. And that rolls into our big Alabama-Wisconsin live stream. Please welcome the star of Medicate Mondays alongside Dutch Boy Fresh, our friend Daby Cab, to the show. Daby, how are you, my man?
I'm good, Jimmy. I'm not going to lie. Fucking... angry, bro. I don't know what it is. This is the second time I've had a good day, and I just wake up angry, like I'm just mad, bro. So we got to win some more bets today. I don't know what it is. Fight,
Fair enough.
Nothing wrong with
you
that.
want to get in a fight, bro? I'll fight you if that's what you want.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think you should fight Jose. You could slap him.
He said he wanted to fight somebody.
I do. That is on my bucket list. I do want to get into a physical altercation one time, just to see if I've got that darkness in me. You know, Jimmy, we talk about it.
You don't have it. You can slap him though.
You wouldn't even play catch with me, Jose.
No, I'm pussy. You throw the ball fucking way too hard. I'm way too pussy.
Yeah, that doesn't bode well to getting you in the ring. But let's roll on. Speaking of the ring, do we have the clip of the boxing match that you were hosting? Female boxing
yeah,
match?
I have it on my phone or somewhere I can find it. Yeah, you miss strippers getting knocked out.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I found this clip and I showed it to you the other day, and it made me laugh. I need to play it for everyone. I mean, look at him. Look at Gokster. Just look at how viciously he slaps his own ass. And he gets he lifts his ass too,
and then he loses the race because after slapping his own ass, you see him go like that because of course he doesn't. I've never seen anyone slap his own ass before in my life. I've never seen that. And you were right; it's about 20 slaps of his own ass there, and he makes it look like this is what he does every race. And I'm here to tell you that is what he does every race. Show it again. Show the clip again. This is you'll never see this. You'll never see this at horse tracks.
You won't. I'm glad Big Ragoo stepped away there.
Oh, he had to step away. Look at C-Mac. He's wondering what.
C-Mac's got a view of it all.
Oh my God. All right. Let's get back to work. BJ coming in with the best bet on the Phillies. I've already moved on the Phillies first 5 minus a half. I love seeing that. Mally Mal says, my dog DeGrom back in effect. Nasty Nate. Nate Dog 420. Nate Dog, we've been to the horse track with the off track in Chinatown, which is like the dirtiest off track you could possibly imagine. We went there with Gokster and I don't remember Gokster slapping his own ass there. He's probably intimidated. It is a horrific horse track. Renmo says, and we wonder why he still has a landline. And look, that inspired Clark Edge to find out when the next sports pub event is.
Oh, yeah. Jose heard it. We were at that horse track, and I went outside because, it's so desolate. It's like a fucking ghost town. I went outside to smoke a joint, like, where they should be racing. And they play this thing, like, where this bird that sounds like a goddamn dinosaur just like screams, and it scared the shit out of me. I guess it's supposed to scare away birds or something like that, but I almost dropped the joint. I mean, it scared me so bad.
I don't know.
Jimmy, you're too drunk to realize anything was happening.
I don't love that story though. I mean, getting scared by a sound.
Bro, it's like a dinosaur that screams at you.
You're a professional pitcher, man. Come on,
man. I promise you, the sound would have scared you. I put money on it.
Yeah. Okay. Fucking. Okay. Let's cap. Texas God. Rangers 71-76, 30-42 on the road. Seattle Mariners 74-73, 42-30 at home. We're at T-Mobile Park in Seattle, Washington. DeGrom is back, and I know that Jose's been champing to fade him. 4 rehab appearances in the minors. He allowed 1 earned run over 10 2/3, struck out 15. Going up against old Emerson Hancock. Last start, 4 innings, 6 hits, 2 earned runs, 4 Ks, and a walk, and a 5-4 loss at home versus the Jays. 4.76 ERA, 1.32 WHIP. Rangers versus righties, just 252, 692 OPS, and Mariners 239, 713 OPS, which is a little better. Both bullpens are starting to pitch well now. Let's get into the line history here. We have a 7 at minus 117. I mean, that's just ridiculous. It's opened up under 7 minus 116, now under 7 minus 117. I mean, the books are just coaxing us into, an over 7 at plus money. I mean, obviously that is extremely appealing. Extremely appealing. And then we have the Rangers at minus 124. They opened up minus 114, so 10 cents of movement towards them. Again, we don't have the cash flow from the Action Network. It's down right now. Take it away here, Daby Cab. Best bet time. Floor is yours.
I will, and I'll use my time to reinforce this one more time. I want you to picture this, okay? There is absolutely nothing out on the horse track. Not a goddamn thing. Nothing. And I see that. I turn my back to it and I light up my joint. I think it was Troy. Maybe it was Wine Time. I can't remember who was with me. Somebody's out there and I light up the joint, right? And then out of nowhere, you just hear like behind you. And if you're telling me that shit wouldn't scare you, you are a liar, Jimmy. And I don't think you're a liar.
No, I hear it was a noise that you didn't expect. So I'll tell you, when I was in LA, I walked. My car broke down on day 4. And I had to walk, great distances. And I taught myself to never look at a sound ever. Never, you hear any sound, never look anywhere. The sound, no, it's not your friend saying, "Hey, pal, what's going on?" And so I trained myself at a young age never to think, don't react to any sound ever. Don't look at any sound. And I trained myself. Now you're talking about some strange dinosaur type sound,
It's a screech. They play it over because nobody goes out there. They play it over a speaker to keep away large birds, and it fucking went off right behind me. And I swear to God, I almost had a heart attack, bro. It scared the shit out of me.
Oh, we're so thankful that you made it safe through that sound and that you're with us.
I'm good.
You're still as strong as could be.
Yeah.
Our hearts go out. We almost lost you there. So
just saying. So now that we've got that clear, we can talk about this game. So
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure everyone understood everything clearly. So look, man, let's take a second to talk about this Mariners team. How in the fuck are you number 2 in the league with earned run average, number 1 in the league batting average against, number 1 in the league walks plus hits per innings pitched, and you're sitting at where you're sitting at right now? That's because you got a team batting average of 219, on base percentage of 307, slugging percentage 369, 28th in the league. I mean, it's just absolutely atrocious how this team year in and year out waste the best pitching in baseball. It makes no sense. It's confusing. And you want to know who didn't help those numbers? Emerson Hancock. Okay. Now I know he has, been dealing with shit this year, this, that, and the other, but in the sample size he has pitched, he didn't help those numbers. And I don't know what makes anyone think just because it's a second surgery, DeGrom's going to come back and not be able to get these fucking bum ass hitters out. I'm telling you right now, it's going to be a field day. I mean, Seattle sucks, right? And unless something is still wrong with DeGrom, which I highly doubt would be the case if he's, back in the show right here, getting this start. I love the Rangers in the first 5. I took it earlier and the lines moved, and I didn't tweet it out. So I guess maybe I'll just do a first 5 here, and I'll probably go ahead and bet it again because I do like it anyways. So first 5 run line is what I'm going to have to do here. And I'm also going to go back to Nate Lowe. I think, somebody's got to score for me to win this bet. I went over his numbers yesterday. He was hitting like 357. Now he's hitting 386 because he got 2 more hits in the past 10 days. He's just, seeing the baseball really well. And I think his hits, runs, RBIs being at even money is just a steal. So yesterday we got it at plus 125. Today it's plus 100. So I got the Rangers first 5, and then I got Nate Lowe over 1.5 hits, runs, RBIs again.
Nate Lowe over 1.5 hits, runs, and RBIs at plus 100.
Yeah, even money.
And then Rangers first 5 minus a half. You want us to line shop for that?
Yeah.
Okay, so we will do that here, and we will hear Jose's breakdown. We also have our friend Michael Piccioni saying, Kong's clips, keep up the good work. He said his son Michael passed away 4 years ago from drugs. Miss him so much. Ripped my heart right out. Keep up the good work. I shouldn't have joked about it, and I've, something, so serious like that. And Kong, it truly is inspiring what you have done and how you've turned your life around. And Michael, I'm so sorry that you had to go through that, and your family had to go through that. And I can't imagine what that's like. And I will certainly not joke about that as we move forward. And sending love your way, man. And I feel bad for the joke. I shouldn't have done
if
that.
anyone was watching just now,
Jimmy and me right here. If I tell a joke, like a mama joke or something is like, my mama's dead. I'm like, yeah, I fucked her to death.
Jesus. By the way, if anyone was just watching, I just got the shit scared out of me. So anyone can just rewind me and just see the fear of God just rolled into me.
What was there? A dinosaur type sound?
It was a loud noise. Yeah, it was a loud noise. Apparently some ice in my fridge just scared the fuck out of me.
Now you're just being a dick, Jimmy.
Do you think Jose's being serious about that? You think he really got scared?
I'm being dead serious. I actually did just get scared the fuck out of me just now. By the way, Nasty Nate was at this pterodactyl incident as well, I believe.
It scared him too, or he's lying. I remember Nate was there, and it did scare him too.
Because the cat was afraid. I laughed a lot.
At least you guys had each other,
Yeah. So, real quick, you guys talked about it, and Jimmy, you wanted to see it, so let's bring it back. Come on. The body. Always got to go back to the body. He got back up on the pole 15 minutes later. He's a trooper. That's a trooper right there.
That's not the one I remember. Do you have the other one?
The one with the tit?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a dirty blow, Jimmy.
It was such a dirty blow, but I loved it.
That was disgusting stuff. I'll bring that one up as well because obviously I have both. Because
thank you.
Those are very fond memories for me at a strip club till 5 a.m. Absolutely not talking to any of the clients either, or the talent. I guess I don't know what the fuck to call them. But Jimmy, I'm not gonna lie. I wanted to back old Jacob deGrom here. I really did. Seattle Mariners, since I called them a dead duck team, have decided to start hitting the ball. 15th to the 13th against righties. 7th best, 112 weighted runs created plus. So I tip my hat to you, Seattle Mariners. I still think you suck. I still think this team is dead. But it'll keep me off betting the Rangers. It will not keep me off, hopefully. Again, need to get action back up. Betting the over in this game. I want to bet the over in this game very badly. A lot of Seattle Mariners games are this low because they suck at offense. I think we get 3-4 innings of deGrom here max. And then after those innings of deGrom, we have a really bad bullpen. Well, okay. Not a really bad bullpen, but a bullpen yesterday that got used up in a tight victory. Obviously they wanted to win that game there at the end. Festa 17, Chafin 34, Kirby Yates 20, David Robertson 16. Our friend Jose has not thrown since Sunday, so he'll throw today. But the rest of the guys, I'm probably going to get on a back-to-back, whatever you want to call it. I'll trust the Seattle Mariners here. So I like the over in this game. I just want to make sure this isn't the most fucking 99.99% over spot ever. But I will most likely be on the over in this game as well.
You can get over 6.5 at -125.
Yeah, I don't hate that at all. And it might be smarter to wait until this game starts, watch deGrom do his thing, and then live bet when he comes out. But I still think it's worth it.
What's his pitch limit? 70?
I think he goes 3-4 innings. Yeah,
he'll get through more than 3 innings if he's got 70 pitches.
What do you think his limit's going to be, pitch limit wise?
Might be about 70, but he'll get through more than 3 innings with 70 pitches.
And for those who don't know, obviously his rehab starts 4 innings last time. Again, 4 innings, 1 hit, no earned runs, 5 Ks, no walks, 2 2/3, 1 hit, 5 Ks, 1 walk, 2 innings shutout, 2 Ks, no walks, and 2 innings, 2 hits, 1 earned run, 3 Ks, no walks. So, and I've said this plenty of times. The thing I care about, strikeout to walk ratio. I mean, literally flawless there, 15-1. So he definitely might be back. So I was definitely looking Rangers. I admit it. But the bullpen situation, I don't know who's going to piggyback him or what they're going to do after is the reason mainly I stayed off the whole game.
This is, I guess, something that like people can argue if they want, but I don't, pitching is what I do. I've spent my whole life paying attention to it. If deGrom, and this is a big if he was able to stay healthy in his career I think he's the best pitcher to ever throw the baseball. Like genuinely, I think his stuff is the best in all of baseball ever. But he hasn't been healthy enough to make any kind of waves like that. So,
well, I'm interested.
People don't understand. Like, you need to watch his slider like close up and pay attention to it. Like, people don't. You don't hit it. You just don't hit it when he's throwing it right.
Oh, he's been phenomenal when he's healthy. This is such a low. It's,
by the way, first 5, and Jimmy, I know we care about differences in first 5 full game. First 5 is -145, opened up -140 compared to the full game being the way it is. So, yeah, I definitely don't hate a first 5. You know, Jimmy, I'm sure your first 3 numbers out the ass for the Rangers here, but.
Speaking of which, I mean, so they're going to give us a 1.5 on that. Oh no, it is 2.5. You know, even that doesn't make sense. I mean,
total for the first 3?
Yeah, it's 2.5, and
that's crazy.
That's telling. Now, this is basically the exact same number on the 2.5 as I got on Scooball. With that closed at Scooball and yesterday and Feltner. You know.
I think this is an over game. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be like just gobsmacked if the DeGrom went out there 3 innings, 2 earned runs.
Well, I'm very interested in the over 6.5 here. Cabs on the Rangers first 5 minus a half at +101, and Nate Lowe over 1.5 hits, runs, and RBIs. And we roll on to a very interesting spot. Final game on the MLB card. We have a college football next, 10:15 p.m. Eastern. Padres, Giants, Oracle Park, San Francisco, California. These pitchers just met each other. They just faced each other last week, and it didn't fare well. So would that mean that, you know, zigzag formation, they're both going to pitch excellent here? It was funny how Logan Webb got the win in a 6-3 victory. In that situation, he allowed 10 hits. You know, it wasn't like they were getting to him. He hasn't looked quite as strong over the last little bit as he did on that unbelievable run that he had. So here we go. Padres, Giants, Oracle Park in San Francisco, California. Dylan Cease. Is that over 3.5 for this one, Rod, or for the Rangers Mariners? If you could let me know. Drewski looking at Giants money line. Let's talk about this spot here. Oracle Park. We're going to go into the weather first. 62 Fahrenheit, 4.5 miles per hour out to left center, down to 3.6 miles per hour. Let's get into the line history here for this one. Here we go. Sorry, move over to money line, and let's talk about it. This is our final game on the board. The Giants right now are at +103. They opened up -107, so we've had a 10-cent move towards the San Diego Padres. Then on the total, we have a 7. This total is juiced slightly more to the under than the DeGrom Hancock total. And that's pretty wild, man. It is pretty wild here. So let's get in. Oh, we can't get into cash flow, unfortunately. We do know it's 62 Fahrenheit, 4.5 miles per hour out to left center. Usually it's windier, but it swirls there, so it's not a big deal. Dylan Cease in that start, 6 hits, 4 runs, 4 Ks, and 2 walks. He's got 3.71 ERA, 1.09 whip. He's a 4 ERA on the road with a 196 opponent's batting average. So he has allowed 10 jacks. And then, of course, Logan Webb at home's been so good. The big difference between these two teams is how they're hitting righties. It is Rod Zwicky is on that over 3.5 first 5. You have the Padres hitting 265, 769 OPS versus righties, and the Giants 228, 699. This is since August 15th, and both bullpens are pitching very well. Daby Cab, best bet number 2. Well, actually number 3, because you had 2 in that last game. Take it away.
Yeah, so this one, you know, I'll give a little bit of what I think about the game. I think this can obviously be a good game, and regardless of how the last one went, you know, both of these guys, it doesn't bother me that they've seen each other. I think they both can lock down and pitch. I mean, the total should be indicative of that. You see it at 7 for a reason. But I'm going back to my guy, Jackson Merrill. I mean, I've been absolute money with him this season, taking his total bases. You know, he doesn't have a ton of plate appearances against Webb. He's only got 5 plate appearances, or 5 at-bats, excuse me. But in those 5 at-bats, 3 hits. So, you know, was seeing the ball. well against him, and his total bases is a plus 128. I think that's just a great value. He's been struggling the past couple games, but overall, if you look at what he's done, I don't see any reason why that's going to continue here. So I got his over total bases here.
Over 1.5 total bases. And what was the juice on that?
Plus 128.
Plus 128. Jose Bouquett, you thinking a zigzag situation, season web, then shove here? Not Flush says I will be definitely looking hard at San Francisco team total under. The chillest, our guy Fat Cat Ninja, says Padres smash. What are your thoughts here, Jose? Take it away.
Yeah, you said it. Under for me. Again, just want to check out, action and all that stuff when that comes up. Follow me on Twitter. All the action will be there officially. But yeah, I think this is an under spot. Zigzag theory. I know these guys just faced each other, like you mentioned. They both struggled a bit. But that's funny. Both these guys combined gave up 7 earned runs together in their last starts, and you're going to put up a 7? Give me the under. I just think they know. Obviously, Oracle, whatever the fuck they're calling it, is a pitcher-friendly ballpark, so that helps. But so is San Diego. So I just think this is kind of an under game. But we'll see what the market, or I guess what action, has to say about the splits. And hopefully everyone's on the over in this game, seeing that last start, and then we can bet the under.
Well, that would be the base. And I'm a little uncomfortable betting this solely on market, because that's what it would be. It would be solely on market. I'd be saying that, this number doesn't make sense. Everyone's going to hammer the over.
Well, you think that at least I think the zigzag theory is in effect as well.
Yeah, no, I feel you. So, Jose, you're going to be on the under 7 if it correlates with the cash flow. What if the cash flow doesn't come up? Like, I've asked myself that. What if in an hour here when I'm putting my action in, because we have college football next, the Friday games with Wine Time, then we have WNBA with Brizzy. What if it doesn't come up? Would you still then move on this under?
I think I would, yes. And I'll have to evaluate the other spots on the board that I feel similarly to. And if the market doesn't, or I don't get the market, then those are the spots I'll stay off. There's definitely spots on my card like that as well. But yeah, I'd still bet the under in this game. I think this number is an indicative of the zigzag theory. Neither offense scares me too much, though. Tatis back, heating up. So watch out, but
Merrill.
Yeah, Jackson Merrill is going to win Rookie of the Year when Paul Skeens has been the fucking talk of the town. So that's impressive in its own right. You know what else is impressive, Jimmy?
What's that?
This.
Oh boy, do we call it black?
I knew it. I told you.
Oh!
Yeah, she was talking to the ref. I thought a titty came out. Oh, we can't show it.
Yeah.
Titty came out.
No, we couldn't. That's what happened. A titty came out. Obviously, she had a lovely pasty there, so no nipple. But titty came out. Ref had to adjust the titty.
And while that was happening,
yeah. So I guess we have to watch it again.
Oh boy, do we call it black?
I knew it. I told you.
Oh!
That's just disgusting work there. Just hitting a woman while she's getting her tip put in her fucking. Oh my God! That is just nasty business there.
I would expect classier,
I know, and some would say that knockout the next minute or two was deserved, but
wow, that was that's special stuff. Thank you so much, my dude here. Top set making moves here that capped this game. Padres team total under 4.5 plus 250. So he thinks it's going to be a very low scoring game. Ken Davies now aroused. My dude's play of the day. Devers over 1.5 hits, runs, RBIs minus 110. He's also on the Cubbies minus 140. I'll copy and paste that. Daby Cab has moved on Jackson Merrill over 1.5 bases at plus 128. And I guess everybody's implying, and especially with Rod Zawacki's numbers, that and BJ saying this line is so low for the Padres. I mean, I wasn't thinking that when I think of Logan Webb. I'm comfortable staying off, but I want to copy and paste that this is Rod Zawacki's 10-star play of the day, because we know how those hit. So Jose on the other 7, Rod's Wacky 10-star play today. Jackson Merrill over 1.5 bases at plus 128 for Daby Cab. And Daby Cab is also on Nate Lowe over 1.5 hits, runs, and RBIs at plus 100 in the Rangers' first 5 minus half at plus 101. Daby Cab, sweep the board, and you'll be less than 2 units. It'll be just a little over 1 unit in the black on the season. So let's get there. Daby, my man. Tell us a little bit about the big show tailgate tomorrow. What's in store?
Yeah, I mean, you already touched on our guy Kong in the chat. He's been killing it on there. Nunya's been hopping on and giving out winners. So shout out to my dude Nunya. Every Saturday, man. And I wanted to hit the chat here. My guy JT said something about he can't wait for tomorrow. JT, come give us a best bet if you're ready, my dude. Everybody tune in and bring your best bet. Don't bring no bullshit. We won't hate on you if you lose, but come in there and help us make some money. That's what it's all about. We're trying to get paid. And that's what we've been doing, Jimmy. It's been a lot of fun. The chat's been the reason why it's been so good. So we're going to keep it rolling this Saturday for week 3.
I love it. And I want to get Nunya and Kong on our live streams as well. So I love it's a great, if you guys rock on that, then join us on the live streams as well. I've got that written down. Great stuff, Daby Cab. And that rolls into Wisconsin, Bama, right? Bama, Wisconsin is a big game. Yep. Thank you for rocking with us. Please support our guy, Daby Cab. Saturday college football shows, big shows. Support them. And, of course, Medicate Mondays every Monday. Daby Cab, any last words for the Cappers supporting the show, my guy?
Oh, man, I kind of said it. I love doing this with you guys, man. All you guys in the chat. Jarek, Sancho, everybody. J-Dub, Nutflush, obviously. It's just a blast getting the Cap day in and day out with you guys. So thank you guys for tuning in. Hit the like if you haven't. Get a membership if you can. We'll be here every day. We're going to keep getting paid. Jose, Jimmy, love you guys. See y'all soon.
Respect, my man. There is our guy, Daby Cab.
Can I just point something out, Jimmy?
Yeah.
I think in all the times we've shown that clip, not one person has defended that dirty shot. And Robert Franklin just came in and said, protect yourself at all times. He might have a point.
Come on. When my titties flopped out and the ref is putting my titty back in my shirt, you think I don't take a shot, then, But no, it's true. It is true. All right, it's time to talk college football. Jose, let's review your action here and talk about, because you haven't actually bet any of these yet without having the cash flow.
Yeah, I haven't had anything official. The only thing I have officially locked in was that under 8 minus 113. That is the only bet I've officially locked in and bet. The rest, I'm just kind of, just sitting here like all of us, kind of refreshing action. Would love to see what they have, any thoughts. But yeah, I'll quickly go over them, Jimmy. Dodgers money line, I like here, and I will try to distinguish real quick the plays that if the market correlates, I will be on, and if the market does not correlate, I will not be on here. So I'll try to do that real quick. But Dodgers is a taint play today. I like that. So I'm going to be on them. The A's are the first of the I need the market to correlate plays for me to back them here, meaning I don't want all of the money and all of the bets to be on the Oakland A's here. If there is all of the money and all the bets on the Oakland A's, truthfully, it makes the White Sox more appealing to me. But, we'll see what happens there. Colorado, I like them first 5 here. I decided to ended up just rolling first 5 and not try to, roll the dice with a full game here. Milwaukee money line and the over in Seattle, Texas is a market specific bet that I will hope that not 99.99% of the bets and money are on the over. And same thing with the Padres Giants. Excuse me, not the same thing. I will probably be betting that no matter what. But those 2 bets that I need the market to correlate with me, the A's money line, hoping it's not too public, and the over in Texas, Seattle.
I moved on that under 8 minus 115 in Orioles Tigers, and I sent that in here, and it's still available right at that number for Orioles Tigers. They have pulled the Montero, who was listed there for a sec. He's no longer listed. Then I also moved on the Phillies first 5 minus a half. Moved on that here. So those are bets I have made. I'm going to cut the Royals Pirates because I'm uncomfortable with Alec Marsh, uncomfortable with him on the road, where he's got 4.94 ERA, just 241 opponents batting average. Then these are So you've bet the under 8 -113 Miami, Washington. I've got to let that go. I think this Yankees line was a little too low the way Houck has been pitching. So I'm not going to move there. I want to know if Gaussman is starting for the Jays. I do want the under 7.5 in Rays Guardian. So I'm going to wait to see how that pops off. That was where Sharpie gave us Bybee over 6.5 Ks and Ron Crawford on the Rays as the dog play of the day. Taints on the Dodgers. I want to sit with that a little more. And the same with the A's. I want to sit with a little more and see what's going on. Then we have the under 8.5 in Astros Angels. And I also like the Astros, but I'm not sure if I get there. Yeah, I like that 2-nut flush. It's interesting. I was going to bet Arkansas full game, and that moved from 24 down to 23. So I was a little Michael Piccioni. Sorry, you might be a little bit behind on the stream. That happens at times, but I mean it from the bottom of my heart, man. I really do. Going through what you went through is there's nothing harder. There's nothing more difficult in life, and so thoughts to you and your family, and thankful to cap with you, and then I learned a lesson there. I'm not going to joke about that stuff anymore. Then we have the over 8.5 in Brewers Diamondbacks. I expect to bet here as soon as the show's over. Cabs on Rangers first 5 -1/2 at +101. Nate Lowe over 1.5 hits, runs, and RBIs at even money. And I kind of like that over 6.5. But I'm with you, Jose. If there's 99% of the tickets and cash on the over, I'm not going to bet it. So.
Yeah, I'd be much more willing if there was that scenario and we went down to 6.5 or whatever. I'd be much more willing to bet the under.
I'm not going to bet the under.
Yeah, no, I agree. I'm not either, but I'd be more willing to bet the under than the over.
All right, and then we have Jackson Merrill over 1.5 bases +128 for the Padres. Jose is interested in the under 7, and Rod Zawacki's 10-star play today is the Padres. And that is where we stand. Jose, excellent work. We have Brizzy coming up here shortly. It just moved to 6.5 at Bovada, says Jarek. Wow. Maybe it's, I don't know. We'll have to see how it bangs out. But
yeah, if I can get like if it's 6.5 and it's like you said, like it was a 6.5 under -125 earlier, I'll probably stay off. I want a 7, admittedly, or excuse me, I want a 6.5. Juice to the over rather than the under there. If it's like 6.5 under -125, I'll be worried.
But that's crazy. I mean, that's just nuts. But I mean,
I think
right.
it would be crazy too.
Opening their arms up to overaction. Yeah, no, I feel you. I feel you.
So again, these are all hypotheticals, so who knows? But I'll see you guys in a bit. Don't forget we have a horse race at the end of the program as well, so stick around, everyone, as well.
$50 horse race. It's time to move on to college football, and our next guest is absolutely destroying. Spent the entire offseason studying college football, and he's opened up here on our show 11-5, 68.8%, plus 5.4 units, ROI plus 33.75%, average line -111, and that includes losing the Northwestern under 38 because it went to overtime. If that hadn't happened, he'd be sitting here 12-4. That's what he's delivering. He'd be up 7.4 units, 7.5 units. Now, 11-5, despite that horrific beat. Coming to us from Los Angeles, California. Please welcome our guy, Wine Time Sports, to the show. Wine Time, how are you?
I'm good, Jimmy. Good to be here with you, man. It's been since last night, but last Friday since we talked college football. So I'm looking forward to talking these 2 games with you, my guy.
I am too. We're breaking down the Friday action. Thank you, Kelly McInnes. Yeah, I think that we're on the same page. I think we're on the same page. I love Kong so much, and I love what he has been through. To be where he is right now, it's inspiring for people. People need to know that it's possible. And my heart breaks for Michael. So I think we can move on now. And but yeah, thank you for what you said, Kelly. Yeah, and obviously it's going to be on my mind. So it is what it is. Often in these shows, when you're doing them public shows, you're quick to say something, and sometimes it haunts you. What you say. It's happened many times, and it'll be in my mind, for a while. But it is what it is. I'm just thankful, for the opportunity here, to make mistakes, say things wrong. It's where this is a live, fast-moving show, and you guys stand by me, and I'm very thankful for the opportunity, and I don't take it lightly, the opportunity. And another person who's not taking the opportunity lightly is Wine Time Sports. 11-5 here on the show. Wine Time, spectacular work. Now, the second game we're going to speak on, you have already capped here. We have our video up, and the lines moved heavily in your favor. We are going to discuss that, but that's not first here on our scorecard. First is UNLV Rebels. This is a team clearly moving in the right direction. UNLV 2-0 at Kansas Jayhawks. We're at Children's Mercy Park in Kansas City, Kansas. 75 Fahrenheit, cloudy, 11 miles per hour. Let's take a look at the first couple weeks for these two squads, and it's been a really nice start for UNLV. And this looks like a very, very dangerous squad, completely moving in the right direction. A possibility of being ranked maybe at some point. This will go a long way to say that. The win, so obviously the Utah Tech win 72-14 means little, although they did, run it up, which is what you're supposed to do. It's that win at Houston that now looks very, very good. Winning 27-7, shutting out Houston until the fourth. It's all a minute left in the game. I mean, it's a dominant performance for UNLV, and we know that now much more than we did then, because we watched the Cougars go to Oklahoma and lose 16-12 and almost win that game as 27 or so point dogs. So a very, very, very impressive performance here. Then we have the high-flying the high-flying Jayhawks. Sorry, that's the next game. High-flying Jayhawks in this spot, playing at home at Children's Mercy, where they're very dangerous. And they're an angry group. We faded them. You led us in that direction. You got us on Illinois. We cashed that. They win outright. So they're an angry, angry group. Can't wait to hear your breakdown. Let's pull up the line history here for this one, and then we're going to get into the cash flow. We do have the only sport we didn't have it for was baseball for whatever reason. Let's get into the line history here. We're going to use Bet Online lines to get out first to the market. If anyone's looking for a new account, if you do it through our website with our link and use the promo code PUBSPORTS, 100% bonus up to $1,000. UNLV is sitting here plus 9.5. They opened up plus 8.5, and the line immediately moved towards them. So this line was out for 10 minutes, and there was a 1.5 point move to UNLV. This jumped up to 8, then back to 7. This was at 7 for a while. This was at 7 until yesterday at 10:30 when it had, there was a half point move at 6, and then a 1.5 move to 9, and then it jumped up to 9.5. So now we have a move towards a clearly angry Kansas team, a move that we need to respect. This totals at 57.5 and minus 110, which is exactly where it opened. It did get up to 59 and it's come back. Now let's take a look at cash flow. I think that will help explain what this late move towards Kansas is. Kansas is very public. 84% of the tickets and 71% of the cash. 16-29 on UNLV. And then the total has 33% of tickets, but 82% cash on the over. Make some sense of this, my friend. Rebels, Jayhawks, Kansas City, Kansas.
Yeah, this is a tough game, Jim. You mentioned they're playing in Kansas. This is a very tough environment. The fans are going to be there rocking and rolling. They're probably already there tailgating right now, to be completely honest with you. We saw what they did when they had that big upset win last year. Fans took away the goalpost. These guys are going to be rocking and rolling out there. Kansas, I mean, you think about it. They were the 18th team in the nation heading into last week against Illinois. That was such an Illinois type spot. We drilled it right there, got them outright. Kansas, they had to replace their offensive coordinator, left for a different program, bring in the offensive coordinator from Baylor the last couple of years. Everything that I'm seeing, he wanted to run a very similar offense to what Kansas ran last year. It makes sense. They've got that All-American running back, really talented. He's going to be in NFL. They've got the quarterback too, and Jaden Daniels, very talented as well, can run with it as well. They got that talented receiver too. And this Kansas Jayhawks, man, they've got a lot of receivers that have played a lot of football for this program, 4th and 5th year guys. this isn't a transfer. A lot of people don't transfer into this program. They very much homegrown these guys. They stay there for a couple of years. So they do know the offense and everything like that. Offensive line, these guys beefed up. Talked about that last week against Illinois. They lost a couple of guys last year, but, they still look good up front. UNLV on the other side, man, talk about Matthew Sluka, transfer coming in. I didn't have as high expectations for him until I saw him in these first 2 games, but he's been playing really good in this offense. Coach under Barry Odom, playing really well. They got a lot of transfers on defense. A lot of their corners and safeties and linebackers. These guys are 5th, 6th year guys that redshirt seniors, graduate students, guys that have been there for a while, that played a lot of college ball. Their defense has been playing pretty well to start too, given their opponents. They played Houston. I was on Houston in that first spot. I thought that was a Houston spot at home. Definitely wrong on that. UNLV definitely proved that they can play with the big boys. They've only been improving these last couple of years. They're playing. I believe UNLV is playing at their home stadium is Allegiant. So they're definitely there's some progress going on over there in UNLV right now. And this would be a big time win for them to go into Kansas and take them out. As you mentioned, they could be ranked if they get this one. We got 2 dogs today. Both of these teams could win outright today in both of these games. Don't get me wrong. I could see Kansas blowing the door off UNLV, being at home, being angry, coming off that loss on the road they're going to be in front of their home crowd. They're going to be rocking. Don't get me wrong. I think UNLV could get these guys too at the same time. I don't have an official play on this one. 10, you might catch me on UNLV, double digits. It's a tough matchup though, man. It's going to be a good game for sure. I'm excited to see how Kansas comes out after coming off a loss and seeing what this offensive coordinator can do. Because, he's got the same pieces they had last year, and we saw how explosive that offense was for Kansas last year. They were really well. They ended up in the rankings. They're the 18th team going into that game last week, so they could blow the door off these guys. But as of right now, I got nothing in this game. A lean to UNLV plus the 10 if I can get a plus 10, probably.
This is just, how I love situational capping. I cannot fade Kansas after that loss.
Yeah.
I can't do it. As much as I think that UNLV is undervalued at this point in the season, it's just it's not where you make your money. This number also doesn't quite make sense.
Yeah.
It's a little too big. That also is a red flag.
Going from 7 to 9.5 is crazy.
It's crazy. Did you have any interest? Oh, by the way, Dana Delp has a question about UCLA +3 versus Indiana. We capped that yesterday with Bobano, so that's clipped and up on our homepage. But UCLA is a team that Wine Time knows very, very well. So we will add that for you, Dana. We'll add that to after Arizona Wildcats, Kansas State Wildcats. So we'll add that here. What did you think of the total? Was there any interest? This total is not moving off of the number. You have 33% of tickets on the over and 82% of cash. So there's big bets that have come in on the over. Market not moving a cent here. What do you think of it?
I definitely do lean towards the over because I think both of these teams can score. We've seen UNLV play some good defense to start giving their opponents. We don't know how good Houston's going to be offensively this year. But I definitely lean towards the over because both these teams can score. You look at Kansas, it's a high-powered offense. They've got, that quarterback, running back, and that receiver, his name is Lawrence Arnold. Keep a lookout for that guy. That guy's going to be an NFL-type receiver too, 6'3", 210, big dude. He's been there for a while. They've got the weapons, man. I don't know if, this is a Power 4 program too. I'm not sure if UNLV is going to be able to keep up with them in the trenches as well either. Both teams could score at will here. I wouldn't be surprised to see this final score getting up and over 60 points probably. So I would lean over.
If Kansas had have beaten Illinois, I'd be on UNLV hammering.
Yeah, I totally agree.
All right, we're going to have to stay off. And then we have, Wager Detective saying Kansas by 2 touchdowns. I know a lot of cappers here who are on the other side, Kent Davies, but there's the nuke worker with his gamma ray play of the day, Kansas -9, and the gamma ray record 3-0 plus 2.7 units here for our guy, nuke worker. So let's roll on. Let's roll on to the next spot. That's going to be a no move for me. Next up, 8 p.m. Eastern, we have the number 20 ranked Arizona Wildcats. It's a Wildcat on Wildcat at for number 14th ranked Kansas State Wildcats. We're at Bill Snyder Family Stadium in Manhattan, Kansas. It's warmer there. It's about 81, 82, but 11 mile per hour winds. We saw two kind of underwhelming performances thus far from Arizona. They beat a real weak Lobos squad 61-39. That was a 27-24 game at halftime. So there's nothing really to write home. I mean, obviously this offense rolls, but they weren't in control. And then they just get past the Northern Arizona Lumberjacks, surprise there, 36.5 point favorites, and they were down 10-6 at halftime. So underwhelming performances from the Wildcats. And then Kansas State had a real test against Tulane. And it was at Tulane, so it proved that Kansas State can travel. But they barely beat them. And it was that strip stack return for a touchdown that, it was tied game and Tulane was going to win it. And Tulane almost tied it up late. I guess what it comes down to is neither of these teams have been they've both been underwhelming thus far. Let's take a look at the line history and the cash flow. I already got this set up. So I got the total set up. This is a 60.5. And you on this show gave out the over 58. That was on Wednesday. This is now at 60.5. This did get up to 61.5. So we have had a point of buyback. And then on the spread, sorry, I thought I had the spread set up, but it didn't move. So let's just get the spread up here. On the spread, we have Kansas State 7-point favorites. 7-point favorites. They opened up at 7.5, and within 11 minutes, they were a 7. And they stayed that way, I guess, just for a couple hours, went back 7.5. But then it was a 7, and it was 7 for a long time. It was a 7 for so long, it even moved to 6.5 at 11:47 this morning. Now, that got snapped up in 25 minutes back to a 7. So we're at a 7 at a pick'em. So we've had a half-point move towards Arizona. Take a look at the cash flow for this one. We have a coin flippy on the over, so it's a nice sign to see it climb. 49% of the tickets and 51% of the cash on the over, which was given out at 58 here by Wine Time on Wednesday. And we have 77% of the tickets, but just 63% of the cash on Arizona. Can Arizona travel to Kansas State and keep this within one score? Take it away, Wine Time.
Yeah, this is a tough game, man. Talk about two high-powered offenses. Arizona, I mean, they haven't been able to really stop anyone. You look at that first week, they were kind of in that shootout. Last week, looking up against Northern Arizona, they kind of eliminated T-Mac in that situation. Noah Fifita probably had his worst game at Arizona against a team like Northern Arizona. Isn't too good over there. They bring over a new head coach, Brent Brennan, inherited a lot of the same guys from the Jed Fish era, including Noah Fifita and T-Mac. Talked about these guys on Wednesday with Jose, man. Have a lot to say about these guys. They've been playing ball together since they were little. In the Pop Warner days, they went over to Servite together, went to college together, wanted to play together. Jaden Delore was the guy last year. Very talented quarterback. I'm not sure where he is right now, actually, but, they bring in Fifita, really brought some light to this program, kept him in every single game. He was a warrior out there. He was literally going throw for throw with anyone in the nation, including Caleb Williams, outperformed him, beat him. I think this Arizona kid, I think both of these kids are very talented over there on the Arizona side. With that being said, this program isn't, I was pretty high on these guys going into the season. Given it's the first 2 games of the season, I'm not super high on them as anymore. I don't think they are the 20th team in the nation. I'm not going to lie. Yeah, they got 2 very good probably the best quarterback to wide receiver duo in the nation, but that's only going to get you so far in these conference games, especially against Kansas State here. This is a big game, man. And we saw what both these teams can do. They can score. Kansas State secondary has looked very weak in these first couple games. Very surprised by that. You're not very usually Kansas State defense, very conservative, very disciplined over there. They haven't been playing super well, which is going to cause some flags against this Arizona dynamic duo over there. Playing in Kansas State, it's going to be a rocking crowd out there, man. I just think points are going to be scored. They're going to be scored at will here. It's at 16.5 right now. I don't even think 60.5 is enough. This game should get to 65-70 easily. If Arizona goes down early, they're going to keep fighting. They're going to keep fighting. They're going to keep scoring at will to try to keep themselves in this game. I think this might be a Kansas State cover here. I'm leading that side. I'm not leaning towards the Arizona side because I think you look at this -7 and you look at Kansas State, 2-0, but not very convincingly 2-0 if you ask me. I think these guys could beat these guys by 7+, but I'm on the over 58 in this because I just think this is going to be a track meet. I think both teams are going to score early and often. That's what this game's going to be. It's going to be a track meet. Avery Johnson, expect him to use his legs a little more. He's been a little hesitant to use his legs, but don't get me wrong, that kid can run, and I think he's going to be running a lot today as well. So yeah, give me if it's at 60.5, I still endorse it, guys. I think this is going to go way over 60. I got in on it 58 on Tuesday. I think I gave it out. I think it was 59 on Wednesday with Jose, and I told everyone, if you want to count that, you can count that because I like the 59 too. I think this is going to go way over, especially on a Friday night here.
You are locked in, my friend. Nice work beating that line move. Johnny Gunn says first half total versus full game. Do you have any preference?
I mean, I'm just on the full game. I haven't really made a lot of first half moves in college football. Anything official, at least. If I do throw anything, it's just a little something. I definitely like it. But I mean, if these two teams kind of come out slumpish, I'm going to definitely look to pound that line over. So
yeah.
If it gets ever down back to 58, you better believe I'm going to be taking that again. So keep a lookout on the live line. If they don't score in the first couple possessions, get on that over.
I like it. And we have the Dapper Capper. Joey Marinaccio play today is Fafita over 267.5 passing yards for Arizona. And then we have the Chapiadora play of the day, and it's K-State for strategic investments. All right, we had a question from Dana Delp, and we know how well you know these UCLA Bruins. So let's touch on it. We were given Indiana on the money line by Bobano yesterday. UCLA making their Big Ten debut here at the Rose Bowl in Pasadena, California. Let's see what's changed in the line history. This game is popping off at 7:30 p.m. Eastern, 4:30 Pacific. So let's go over there for this one. We have UCLA +3 right now. They opened up at 2.5. We had a half-point move towards UCLA. We heard already from Bobano that he's on the money line in Indiana. So why don't we just take a look and see what that money line is, if there's been any change since Bobano moved on it. Let me get over here to the 7:30. We'll also just take another look at cash flow just to remind ourselves where it stands. It's -155s or -150s across the board. Pinnacle hanging at -150. The worst number is a -161 over at my bookie. And then when we get to the total here on this one, here to this UCLA Indiana spot, we have a 46 right now, juice to the under. This opened up at 48.5. This 46 juice to the under is a low water mark. When it first went down to 46, it started getting bet to the over, and the over was up to -115. It was just 2 hours ago that it moved 10 cents towards the under at this number of 46. So then we get to the cash flow here for this one. Sorry, it took me a second to get down there. It's 7:30 on Saturday. Here we go. We have 54% of the tickets and 61% of the cash on Indiana. That's on the spread. We'll look at the money line, and that's 86% of the tickets on Indiana, but just 55% of the cash on the money line. And then on the total, we have 90% of the tickets and 95% of the cash on the under. Take it away for us here. Wine time. Hoosiers, Bruins in the Rose Bowl.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. I'm actually going to be at this one tomorrow, guys. Just got my tickets yesterday with a couple of my buddies.
Nice.
Yeah, nice. So I'm stoked for it. But yeah, guys, I'm looking at this game, man. I've been watching a lot of this Indiana team the first 2 weeks. I watched their game last week against the I can't even think of the name because it's a FCS school that lost 26 games going into that game. Those guys look lost out there. I said it's a big loss. That looked like a JV high school football team out there going against Indiana. Indiana scored a lot of those points, given it was the talent level was just at a completely another level. This other team was just, they had no answer. That none of their guys could go one-on-one with anyone on that Indiana team. It's a Big Ten program, as they should. Look at UCLA, on the other hand, coming off barely a win in Hawaii a couple weeks ago. They're coming off this bye week. They didn't look good in this Hawaii game. Watched the whole entire game. The first half was one of the worst first halves of UCLA football I've ever watched in my time. So very disappointed there. With that being said, they came out the second half with a little bit of some urgence. Ethan Garber's still getting used to this pro-style offense coming. He was with Chip Kelly's. He's more of a college system quarterback, but now it's a pro-style. He's got a lot of playmakers on that side of the ball. He's got TJ Harden in the backfield who went 9 carries for 9 yards. Kid's not going to do that again. He's going to go out there firing. That's Deshaun Foster's guy. UCLA is very known for bringing up their running backs these last couple of years in the NFL. I just think Indiana hasn't really faced a talent level like UCLA yet this year. I'm not saying UCLA is a great team or anything by any means. You know what I mean? I think they're going to be a 5-win program this year. I'm not going to come out here and say they're going to win every week. I don't think they're that kind of program. This is a game, though, that they're very much can win. I see it's at a +3. I'm on the +3 one in this one, guys. I think that UCLA has the athletes to go one-on-one with these guys. And I think UCLA is just one of the best teams at stopping the run. You look at last year, what they did. Yeah, they lost a couple of guys to the NFL. They lost their defensive coordinator. They brought in a guy that recruited all those guys, the defensive line coach, Akiki Malaya. Defense looked really good last week against Hawaii, given it was against Hawaii, man, but they looked pretty similar. The only touchdown they gave up was after a fake punt when UCLA had 9 players on the field on special teams. They ended up scoring after that, didn't score a touchdown after that game. Man, this is going to be a good game. It just, to me, the spread in this is weird because I see Indiana coming into the Rose Bowl, a -3 favorite. Something's weird about that to me. But I've been seeing everywhere online. Everyone is on Indiana. You look at the tickets, doesn't really say it that way too much. It's more of like a 50-50 count on the spread. I haven't really heard a lot of UCLA backers out there because I think of the fact that they didn't have a good outing against Hawaii. But I do think Hawaii is better than both the teams that Indiana faced in those first 2 games. It's going to be a good game, guys. I just with the +3 at home for UCLA, I have to take that in my back pocket here in a game that I think that they very could and they should win outright. I think this is a game that they very much can win. So you're going to give me +3 at home. I'm going to take the UCLA Bruins +3.
UCLA +3 here for our guy Wine Time. So this will go on to his record. We didn't plan on talking about it, but it's great that we did. UCLA +3. Going to do a quick line chop for our guy Wine Time. UCLA +3. What a fun game to go to tomorrow, man. Rose Bowl.
I'm looking forward to it, dude. Yeah, home opener, man. I'm going with 3 of my good buddies that I've been going to these games with for 10+ years. It's just it's gonna be so much fun.
That sounds like heaven. +3. Can we get a -108? Yes, we can. +3. A -108. You are locked in.
Awesome.
On UCLA. And it's funny you say that, and I've seen it too, like a lot of people on the Hoosiers. And then you have Big Ragu and Ron Crawford who both say UCLA outright. So there's the confidence.
I didn't even see either. Oh, I see Ron Crawford. I didn't see Ragu said that. Heck yeah, that makes me feel a lot better. Let's go.
Yeah, that's the good guys to run with, my man. Wine Time, you've been a revelation here so far this season. Excellent work putting money in our pockets, our friends' pockets. Doing great work, man. Thank you for all that you've done. And here on today's show, we have Gamma Ray play today on Kansas -9 from the Newkirker. Wager detective on the Jayhawks as well. And then we have the over 58 that was given out by Wine Time on Wednesday's show for Arizona, Kansas State. We have UCLA +3. And for me on the college card, I am still very interested in Arkansas. I wanted to see how far this line went back in UAB's direction because it was moving when I was interested in betting it. But I have moved on 3 more spots, just 3 for me, not as many. I'm on FIU +5.5, Florida International in the Shula Bowl. I didn't take the juiced 6. I took the 5.5, at -110. And then I've doubled up on Auburn. I think they're a very angry group. First half -16.5, full game -28. I think they keep their foot on the gas. That's all I've done so far. I still want to have more action in, but that's it. Nut Flush looking at Kansas team total over 33.5. Wine time, a big part of our college football programming with the tailgate, and here on Wednesdays and Fridays on Betting with the Bag. Also a big part of the Who Bangin' Sports Network. And shout out to DJ Big Boss and everybody at Who Bangin'. Thank you so much for all your hard work. Please support Wine Time on X at Wine Time Sports. Let's run his followers up because he's putting out so much great stuff for us. Thank you, Wine Time. Any last words for the Capper Sport in the show?
Yeah, as always, Jim, thanks for having me. Shout out to Jose behind the scenes doing all the work that a lot of people are seeing. Shout out to everyone in the chat, man. Big Ragu. I'm excited to do that live. We're going to do the live recording, I think, for Boston Sauce tonight for tomorrow morning. Shout out to Top Set in there, Ron Crawford, Nut Flush, Justin McKelvey, Top Set, everyone, man. Appreciate you guys for coming out, always supporting us. Let's hope that we can just keep cashing these tickets, man. As always, it's a pleasure, Jim. Good luck with all your action this weekend, my guy.
Thank you. You as well, my friend. There he is, Wine Time Sports. We go from the gridiron to the hardwood. We head to WNBA. We have just the man for the job. And I feel terrible for being so confident on the Dallas Wings last night. Blew up in my face badly. So let's bounce back. We got 5 games of opportunities here in the WNBA. Welcome from South Jersey, star of the Locker Room UFC podcast here on our channel. It's got almost 5,000 views this week. Check it out. Taco on. It was a great show. Doing great things. And rocking with us right now, please welcome from South Jersey, our guy, Billy Brisbane. Brizzy, what's good, man? How are you?
Doing good, man. Excited for the day. Nice little Friday. Trying to turn it up a notch here these last couple of days and get ready for a big weekend. Mexican Independence Day this weekend. Big card this weekend. A lot of events going on. So let's get to some money.
Let's get to some money here in WNBA. Coming down to the wire here. We start at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. We have the Washington Mystics 12-24. 8-11 on the road at the Atlanta Dream, 12-24, 7-11 at home. Take a look at the rest situation. The Mystics have won 3 of their last 4. They beat up on a Chicago Sky team that's given up on their season without Angel Reese as well. 89-58, just a smash and grab for the Mystics. That was on Wednesday evening. On Tuesday evening, the Atlanta Dream lost their 3rd and 4th games. They had back-to-back overtime spots. They beat Dallas in overtime, then they lose to the Fever in overtime, and then they lose 76-64 to the Lynx. But they're playing much better basketball than what we saw from early in the year. That's Mystics Dream. Take a look at the line history here. Move over here. Take a look at the line history. Sorry, don't have WNBA up. We do have the cash flow, by the way. We do have the cash flow now in MLB. So we'll do a quick walk through here. But let's talk about WNBA. Oh, we'll do a quick walk through, Jose and I, again, on the spots that we were close to moving on, just seeing if it's correlated with the cash flow, which will help us. But here, we don't have all the information in all the markets. For our first one, Washington, Atlanta, we do have some information on the cash flow. We know, though, that Atlanta is -4.5 at -105. They opened up at -3, so we have a 1.5-point move towards the Atlanta Dream at home, coming off that loss to the Lynx. We know that this total is at 155. It opened up at 157, so we've dropped 2 points. 155 is the low water mark. It's a low-scoring game with Atlanta and the Lynx. The only information we have here for this one is it's the only game where I think we have everything. We have we don't have, of course, the cash flow. We only have cash flow on the total. 59% of tickets and 84% of cash on the under. We do know that 67% of the tickets are on the Mystics, and this line is moving towards the Dream. Take it away for us, Brizzy. Mystics Dream in the WNBA.
To be honest with you, I'm kind of slightly baffled by this line. I believe there's some betting bias for the public heading into this game, kind of with the stigma of the Mystics before the break and the form of Atlanta last month, but it's kind of been a flip. Throw everything out in the first half of the season for the Mystics. That's not the same basketball team. This line opened up at 2.5, and the betting public kind of slammed it up to 4.5 for the Atlanta Dream. And now we're starting to see a little bit of buyback here on the Mystics on the day of. Both the Mystics and the Dream are in position to take advantage of the wounded Chicago Sky roster sitting at the 8th seed here. But to be honest with you, I don't want to put money on the Dream. I don't give a fuck if it's home or away. They've lost 7 out of their last 9 games, and their defenses look terrible this last month versus the good teams. And it seems like the Mystics have been kind of just finding a way of getting it done. They've won 6 out of their last 8 games. The only qualms that I have in this game is like Atlanta does have the edge down low with Tina Charles. She's had a double-double in 9 out of her last 10 games played, so she's starting to feel the playoff pressure a little bit. She's been there, done that before. But it could be the guard depth of the Mystics that should be able to control the pace and neutralize Atlanta's backcourt and outscore them. I kind of lean towards the Mystics plus 4.5, but what made me not get to the betting window with it was if you're betting the Mystics, you got to bet the Mystics to make the playoffs at plus 200. Like this is the game. Like they have 3 games left in the season. Them and the Dream are basically fighting for the 8th seed. For them to make the playoffs is plus 200. I mean, it's better value than betting them tonight against the Dream. Yeah, granted, you got to wait a week for your ticket, but the way this is setting up, I kind of want to go with them to make the playoffs over them to win tonight, because for them to make the playoffs, they're going to have to win tonight. So the fact that I didn't bet on that made me not want to bet on this game. So I ended up passing, but I would say the Mystics.
Interesting. Rod Zawacki on the other side says, I love the Dream here. As everybody humping the Mystics. Humping, a word I've never used in my life. I get right down to it. I say horrifying.
Don't sleep, Rod. Don't sleep on Emily Angster. Emily Angster's been getting towards a bucket in this last week. Aaliyah Edwards, top 10 pick. She finally had her career season high in the last game without Shakira Alston in the lineup. I mean, everything for the Mystics right now is just clicking at the right figures. You got Julie Van Loo. She's been in the starting lineup. She's been hooping. She played for Team Belgium in the Olympics. She's carrying over that Olympic spirit. Carly Samuelson's been coming off the bench. She's been hitting 3 after 3. I think the Mystics could just outshoot the Dream, and that's where the qualms of the game could just happen for the Dream. Like, if the Dream don't shoot well and they get into a shooting battle with the Mystics, give me the Mystics all day.
He's got Howard scoring over 30 plus in her 4th straight game and the Dream to win by 5 or more. So we have Zawacki and Ron Crawford on opposite sides.
See, but that would be that's the cap though. How good do you think the Mystics backcourt is compared to the Dream? If the Mystics backcourt can outscore the Dream, then they'll win the game. But if Ryan Howard and Alicia Gray are going off and Jordan Canada's doing the fucking Kyrie Irving passing the ball behind her back shit, yeah, like they'll score it and all that. But this is the more and more you start really thinking about this game, you're like, why the fuck am I even betting on this game? So that's why I said what I ended up passing. Once the pressure got to me pressing the button and putting my own American dollars on it, I said, no, I'm good.
We will roll on, but fascinating stuff from our cappers here. Let's roll on. I lose focus pretty easily. I try to keep myself focused, but the term humping, there's so many words for that event, and the one term for it that rocked my world was in Miramichi, New Brunswick, which is like a French town in the Maritimes. This trashy chicken, like broken English, asked me after my show if I wanted to in out. And it's still around.
In out means?
You can put that together. You can put that together on your own. But it's still aroused. It was the trashiest in there, and they're trashy. Oh God, in out, and I'm still aroused to this day. Let's move on. 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Las Vegas Aces 23-13, 12-6 on the road at the Indiana Fever 19-18, 11-7 at home. We're at Gainbridge Fieldhouse in Indianapolis, Indiana. I did grant her wish, by the way, as well.
Did you go?
I tried to get back. I tried to get back to the community.
You did dickhead style, it out. Yeah, bitch, you said it out.
I granted her wish with great fervor and intensity.
Shannon Stark style.
I just want to give back. Fabiano, that's a deal, Fabiano. You'll have to give mine, though. Okay. Las Vegas Aces 23-13, 12-6 on the road at the Indiana Fever, 19-18, 11-7 at home. Fever were making a lot of noise, and the big squads, the Lynx and the Aces, wanted them to know exactly who they're trying to mess with if they want to consider themselves among the elite. Aces won on Wednesday 86-75 against this Fever, and now they play again in Indiana. Now, you guys know I want the team that got beaten badly in the previous game, but are all these teams trying to send a message to the Fever? And if that's the case, well, we'll have to hear Brizzy's breakdown. First off, this total is at 178, opened up at 175.5. It got up to 178.5. 178 is a high watermark. From a point spread scenario, we have a -4 and -108. Indiana opened up +4, now +4, -112. Now, this is the darling of the Aces the Fever are the darling of gamblers right now. And you got to think they're a public spot, and we don't have a ton of information. In fact, we have. Oh, we do. This is the other game. We have everything. Okay, so 32% of the tickets are on the Fever, and 9% of the cash. This line's not moving. I'm surprised. I thought that everybody had been making so much money off the Fever that everybody was still on the Fever.
Nobody hasn't, Jim. People are still betting against them. The only people that have been betting on the Fever is like the people that really watch fucking basketball.
Well, I'm surprised. I'm surprised. 32-9, and this line's not moving. That's extremely appealing. 74% of tickets, 99% cash on the under. Brizzy, I'm all ears. This is the breakdown I want to hear the most. Obviously, Caitlin Clark has captured our imagination. Take it away, Brizzy.
Yeah, the Aces have been able to tap into that championship pedigree these last couple of weeks. We're kind of joking about how bad of ATS-wise they've been turning it up a notch. Whatever switch they turned on, whatever Becky's been doing or saying, they've gone 6-0 ATS in their last 6 games. They've been able to kind of really take advantage of that travel spot in that Wednesday night game. Despite being on the road, the Fever are coming off their first overtime game of the year versus Atlanta, only 1 day of rest, and they got right back to work. You could just tell by the player rotations Christy Sides was running. E-Dub, Eric Wheeler was the first player to sub in. She DMP'd 2 games in a row prior. Kirstie Wallace closed the first quarter. It was the first time that she played since prior to the Olympic break. Nalissa Smith had a PRA under her, and she played the whole entire third quarter and half of the fourth quarter. That rotational minute was equivalent to the last 2 games that she played combined, and the Fever just had tired legs, and it translated in the shooting numbers. They only shot 7 of 26 from the three-point line. Caitlin Clark shot 1 for 10 from the three-point line. There are good things to take away from that loss, though. The Fever out-rebounded the Aces. They had 40 points in the paint, and they shot a better field goal percentage within the three-point line. There's a Caitlin Clark factor when you come into Gainbridge Fieldhouse, and the Aces kind of just rode that momentum. It was a tough, gritty game. The Aces had a lot of bench production. That was kind of the story for them. Becky Hammond got a late tech that kind of really rallied the team together late in the fourth quarter when the Fever were kind of pushing back. This is kind of the second to last of a 6-game homestand for the Fever. I think they're going to bounce back offensively tonight. They're going 5-1 ATS in their last 6 games, following a straight-up loss, 6-0 to the over last 6 Friday games. The over's 4-0 in the last 4 games for the Fever, coming off of 1 days of rest, and the over's 5-1 in the Fever's last 6 games overall. I mean, the Aces have just been dominating the Fever head-to-head wise, going 10-0 straight up in their last 10 meetings, 3-0 this year. I think the Fever had enough. I think they're going to – I don't even want the points. I'd put the Fever on the money line tonight. And then player prop wise, I went with Caitlin Clark over 21.5 points, -125. Yeah, Mitchell's been hot fire, and she led the team in points in the last game. But with 3 games remaining for the season for the Fever, it's time to start looking at the record watches for Caitlin Clark. She needs 37 points to break the rookie points record. She's 5 assists away from having the most assists ever in a WNBA season. She's one more 25 and 10 assists game away from breaking that record for a WNBA season, and she's 17 3-pointers away for breaking the 3-pointer record season for the WNBA. And the shot volume has been there. She shot 1 for 10 from the 3-point line in the last game, 6 for 22 field goal range. I'll take my chances. I'm not scared of the Jackie Young matchup. The Aces are right now the worst team in the WNBA in defending pick and rolls. I think Caitlin Clark's going to get her shit off tonight. I think the Fever are going to win this game.
So let's go over your action then. We have Fever +4. Is that how we get started?
Fever money line +165. Caitlin Clark over 21.5 points -125. And then I played Caitlin Clark to be the top point scorer in the game at +330.
Top point scorer in the game, Clark.
So it's basically her versus Asia Wilson head to head.
Yeah.
To be honest with you.
Top score at +130.
No, 330.
+330. Thank you. +330. Wow, interesting. Can I ask you from a X's and O's standpoint here, with these lukewarm, favorites, and it's this is the number at 4 is a situation where the Fever can be covering all game, and then with 45 seconds left, Aces hit a shot, Fever miss a shot, Fever foul, and Aces cover. Are the Aces going to wear down the Fever? Would a first half look as well as a full game?
I would go first quarter full game.
First quarter full game.
Yeah, because once the part that the Fever start fucking up, the starting 5 for the Fever are fine. It's once like E-Dub starts coming in, and then the Timmy Fagale, she should be starting. They should have Melissa come off the bench. It's more of the bench players that's when shit starts getting a little rough. You start seeing Katie Lou Samuelson. I mean, we like betting on Carly Lou for the Mystics, but Katie Lou, she hasn't looked the same since that pregnancy. Whatever happened with her and her mans, her basketball skills have just fallen off of a roller coaster. So the bench players for the Fever is kind of like the Qualms. Like they need E-Dub to get hot, and Erica Wheeler was an MVP in 2018 in the WNBA. We're in 2024, but every once in a blue moon, she'll have a night or two. In the last game against the Aces, she was crossing up Jackie Young in the first quarter when she was the first player to sub in. I think she's going to start playing once the playoffs start getting in the play a little bit here and stuff like that. Her and Caitlin Clark have a really good chemistry. For the people that don't know, E-Dub, she was the one, if you ever see the Caitlin Clark video when she first got drafted to the Fever, the girl that was going crazy, and she threw on the jersey and she started getting the crowd going. Her and Caitlin Clark are close.
Well, I'm very interested. If I was to move on first quarter full game and Caitlin Clark over 21.5 points, I would not be comfortable. My unit size for WNBA is 150. I do not want 450 on this basketball game. It's just not my. It's just I'm. So
me
and
my brother had a conversation earlier today, and I do his little betting stuff on his little local book and stuff like that, and same qualms. And we parlay money line. Have a good day. We'll get into the parlay in the other games, but there's a parlay and money line. Have a good day. And then he went on DraftKings and played the Caitlin Clark shit.
Now, Rob Free says Aces will prove a point versus Clark once again. It's very possible here.
You got it, bro.
It's very possible though, Rob. We saw the Lynx and the Aces send a message. I wonder if the edge for the Aces is gone a little bit.
It's so gone. They're coming off of the first overtime game the whole entire year. They're playing the Atlanta Dream. They're fighting for the playoff spot. For example, Lexi Hall played 42 out of 45 minutes. That gives you an example of how many minutes they're playing. And the Aces were fired up. They're like, Caitlin Clark and them. This is ESPN. We're beating these girls. We're beating the brakes off these girls. Becky Hammond got a tech. Becky Hammond up by 8 points, getting a technical foul. 4 minutes left in a game and it was even a crazy call, Jim. It was Asia Wilson traveled or something like that, and she started screaming at the ref, saying "fuck you" and stuff like that. The ref was like, "Whoa!" It was like T, and like Kelsey Plum had to like hold her back and stuff like that. And the team like rallied up. Tiffany Hayes had like 20 plus points off the bench. Get the fuck out of here, Tiffany Hayes, 20 plus points off the bench. This isn't 2016 WNBA. This is a new era, and Caitlin Clark and the girls about to put some beat in the ass tonight. This is the last little tune-up spot that they have before the playoffs, and I think they're gonna win this game. The game on Sunday, and then they'll probably lose right before the playoffs.
I love it. I love the breakdown. Great breakdown. Let's roll on. Next up for us, 7:30 p.m. Eastern with the Seattle Storm, 22-14, 9-9 on the road at Dallas Wings, 9-28, 7-12 at home, College Park Center in Arlington, Texas. You know, me losing the 2 bets last night is one thing, but what bothered me so much was how confident I was in it. And of course, I know that I dragged some of my friends down with me, and that ate at me. I hated how bad, and it was during the live stream, and I just kept. I mean, it just kept getting worse and worse and worse.
It was like the worst 5 to 10 minutes ever. It was like that was just that little time period. I mean, we're past that. That was yesterday.
It was horrific. And I apologize to anyone who ran with us. Justin McKelvey on Storm over 89.5 in his pocket. And I want to go back to Stacks play of the day number 2. Make sure I didn't miss it. Okay, that's in the Connecticut Sun game, which will be coming up. All right, so we have the Storm with wins 3 of their last 4, 2-game winning streak. They beat up on the Mercury at home. And then on Wednesday, they went to Los Angeles and beat the Sparks 90-82. The Wings are, I guess, just a pack of losers, and they, showed that. To get destroyed right off the hop was just really difficult to watch. So the losing streak continues for the Wings. Second half of a back-to-back after getting absolutely annihilated last night, 99-67. Sucked. So let's get into the line history here for this one. We got the 5-game card in WNBA. We have Seattle minus 11. This opened up yesterday at 6 p.m. at 6. At 6. A 5-point move from 6 to 11. And not once has there been buyback. Just moving and moving and moving to the Storm. More money on the Storm. Wow.
Well, this could be a good opportunity to make your money back, to be honest with you.
Well, I'm all ears. This has gone, total's gone from 169.5 to 173.5. And on the cash flow for this one, we have no information. Just time with the tickets on the money line, which we don't need to know about. So take it away here. Rod's Wagon says that was yesterday, Jimmy. Today, new day. Yesterday was really tough on me. I sweep the board in MLB, and I'm thinking this is going to be a monster night, and then everything else falls apart. Take it away for us here, my man. Very interesting spot with the Wings trying to bounce back from getting annihilated last night. Take it away.
Yeah, I'm going to start with the facts, and then we're going to get into the narrative. But the facts are the Wings are kind of dead. Like, the season's kind of over. They mathematically can't make the playoffs. And the Storm are still kind of fighting for something with some marquee games to end the season, despite them already having their playoff seed locked up. It's just hard for me to invest double digits with the Storm. They haven't done a really good job of covering ATS-wise at all. Dallas doesn't really play defense. They don't look like they really care too much. Second half of a back-to-back. But now we get into the narrative. This is a spot that we would hit in the NBA when a bad team and their season's over and they're playing their last home game of the year on a Friday night. That was a spot that last year in the NBA in the last week of the season, we were slapping left and right. I personally can't put my hard-earned money on the Dallas Wings basketball team right now, but if you are betting this game or if you bet the Wings I would double down. Fuck it, I would double down. This is the last home game that they're going to have in the stadium tonight. And if there's one person that gives a fuck about playing basketball, it was Maddie Siegrist. Maddie Siegrist had 20 points back-to-back games for the Dallas Wings. She's ready to go. She had a really hot start to the season when everybody was hurt and the Dallas Wings were like one of the worst teams in the league and it was just hurting Enrique. But then once Satu and Howard came back, she's been on the bench. She messed up her hand. And then she's been coming back to form the last couple of games of the season. So if you're on Underdog or Prize Picks or something like that, maybe a Maddie Segrist props. She wasn't on any of the domestics books, but I'll be playing her in daily fantasy tonight. But yeah, my lean would be Dallas Wings. I just don't want to bet the Dallas Wings.
If you had to move on Dallas Wings, would it be a first quarter spot or would it be a full game spot?
I'll just take the full game. I mean, if you're from a Seattle Storm perspective, like they don't care how many points they win this game by, as long as they win the game. It's just how bad is the Dallas Wings? Are they gonna blow a game, or it's just gonna be a 20-point loss, or is it gonna be a 5-point loss, or is it a 6-point loss? Like I think some of the bench players could definitely play a part. Jaylen Brown, she's played 20 minutes in that game last night. She led the preseason in the WNBA this year in points. So, like, they're going to start playing some of these young girls, some of these girls that haven't really played too much. JC Sheldon, first round draft pick. She hasn't played too much. They're probably going to start just playing the younger players.
Wow.
And I agree with Rod. Like, the Storm suck ass. They're 1-8 ATS, like Rod said. I'm not laying double digits with the Storm. I mean, they're on the back end of jokes for like. To be honest with you, the last time I bet on the Storm was one of the situations where you see it in the WNBA. You get a dog the first game and then they lose, and then you bet on them the second game. And it was against the Liberty it was against the Connecticut Sun. And that was I don't want to bet on the Seattle Storm. If you're betting on the Seattle Storm, I would just bet on Skylar Diggins. Like,
God, I know that I have to do it. And
you have to do it, but
sickens me.
Don't watch the game.
It fucking sickens me to make this bet. And what do you think of that team total 81.5 for the Wings?
I would take the team total over team total. They could definitely score. Like, who's to say they don't lose 85-99? Like,
oh God, this is making me sick.
It could be like I honestly could see Justin McElvey catches his stacks play of the day. It's like 96 to like 85, 82 or something like that.
That actually wasn't stacks. That was just a move he's making. We're going to talk about stacks here in a second. Okay, it's just I just think of optional misery right away, but it just and then it's the scared money don't make money, that whole thing, which I hate. But it feels like this is the spot where I just have to man up. And now, do you think that we can keep waiting? Do you think this can go 11.5, 12?
Yeah. I mean, who in their right mind is walking to the sports book on a Friday night and saying, Dallas Wings, baby! Like, after the Fever game. Like, who's doing it?
No. Oh, no. Jerry Davis says, after last night, how can you consider Dallas final home game of the year?
Final home game of the year angle, man. That's the only qualms. Like,
that's the only angle. Yeah.
Like, the fans pay good money to watch these games. So, I mean, they got to play one for the fans tonight. And it's not like the Seattle Storm are like a team that's covering ATS spreads left and right. Like, they're kind of a dog shit basketball team in their own right. Skylar Diggins playing really good.
All right, let's roll on. Next up for us, 7:30 p.m. Eastern with the Chicago Sky 13-23, 7-10 on the road at Minnesota Lynx, 27-9, 15-3 at home. That image of you doing that is so funny, dude. That's Jose. That's got to make our year-end clip. Can you please make a note for that to make our year-end clip? Sky Lynx Target Center in Minneapolis. You looked so happy too. You looked so out of your mind. Like, you look just that's
what the person would have to look like at the sports book to bet on the Dallas Wings.
We love gambling when that
backhead in the street of Atlantic City just placing a ticket saying, Dallas Wings win tonight.
After last night. Oh man. Jerry Davis says they're talking to their agents and making travel plans. Jerry, they don't have agents. All right, let's go. Here we have Chicago Sky losing their 2-game winning streak, 89-58. That was their first game with that Angel Reese.
No, that was they did the the basketball angle. They do we win the game And then the next game is like, all right, this is what everybody expected. This is a terrible basketball team.
That makes sense. So they beat Dallas with the star player here and Torrey on the wings. Okay, look, I'm in. I'm not going to tweet it out.
Don't watch the game either.
No, I got it. I got it. I have to. It's a sickness. So they win in their first game without Angel Reese, 92-77, and then they lose 89-58 at home from their home fans, playing the Lynx, who are on a 4-game winning streak and playing very good ball.
What that final scores for you, Jim? That game was an ass whooping. When I mean an ass whooping, like I had daily fantasy players in that game, and it was like 60 to like 25, and I was like, "What the fuck is going on?"
Oh, wow!
It was like Kennedy Carter was all mopey face. It was sad. It was a sad scene, man. Sad scene out there in Chicago. It was bad.
Oh, I believe it. I believe it. So, is there any bounce back in them? When you historically, I had a colleague when I was down in Costa Rica. So, anytime a basketball team lost by 30 points, he blindly bet them on the spread the next game. So here we have a 31-point loss. Do they show any heart? The Lynx coming off their 4th straight win, and that was on Tuesday, so they have a day advantage. But that was a 3-game road trip, so they have had to come home. I don't like backing teams on the first game of a homestand. I don't know if this is a homestand. I haven't looked at what's next here for the Lynx. This totals at 157. Opened up at 157, dropped to 156, up to 157.5. And on the spread, we have the Lynx 13-point favorites, minus 13. Opened up at 12.5, now 13. These are some pretty ugly spots here on the board. And you guys know me, I have this sickness where I see a huge dog in basketball and I want them in the first quarter. It's just, I can't explain why. And this shouldn't be one, but they are coming off a 31-point loss. We have no information here at the books. Take it away for us here, Brizzy, Sky, Lynx.
I want to make sure this is the right graphic.
Oh, yeah. Uh-oh. Huh?
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, this is the first leg of a 2-leg parlay for me here. This is the time of year where the good teams in the WNBA lock in and they just beat the brakes off these bad teams. And the Chicago Sky look absolutely defeated in that last game versus Washington at home, getting blown out in that game. And the reality is kind of setting in with Reese and company that the season's just about over. And with only, I think Sunday's their last home game of the season, and the rest of these games are on the road, their roster – the Lynx roster so deep, shit, they could play the second unit, and I would probably still bet on them over the Sky's first unit right now. It's ridiculous. Shit, give me Natasha Heiderman and the Natisha Hine Allens and the Zana Lassinis of the world. The way the Sky are playing right now, they don't care. Harrison's the only upside on the Sky's roster, and she's been playing a hell of minutes since Reese has been out of the lineup. And she's kind of more of a natural, efficient scorer than Reese. She's just terribly foul prone for me to bet on any of her player props. Like, for example, I played her in daily fantasy, and she fouled out with 8 minutes left in the 4th quarter. If that gives you any idea of how foul prone she is. Kind of reminds me of Cameron Brink a little bit. In theory, I would love to bet Camila Cardoza here, but in reality, you got to start thinking about the real life human aspect of these players. And it looks like she doesn't care, considering how the NCAA girl seasons are compared to like the NBA. Like, she just came off a national championship win, 4 appearances in a row for South Carolina. Like, she's burnt out. She's more worried about going on TikTok and fucking enjoying her time in America before she plays out in China for the winter. This team doesn't care. The coach doesn't care. The players don't care. Nobody really cares. But the Lynx care. These players are fighting for playoff rotational minutes. Like, that the starting 5's locked in, and anybody else could. You saw how those NBA Olympic games went. She goes with the hot hand for real. So if you want to earn the trust of the Lynx coach, you have to play in these type of games where it could mean meaningless minutes, but those meaningless minutes turn into real playoff minutes. So I like the Lynx here in this spot. I think they win by margin, and I think this game goes under, dead under.
So you're using a money line parlay with the Lynx.
Yes.
Is that right? And then are you also moving on the under?
No.
Okay, but you lean under.
Yeah, would lean under. I was just like, the Sky are so bad, maybe the Lynx just beat them. If the Lynx put up 100 points here, I would not be shocked, and that would kill an under.
Let's roll into our final spot in WNBA. Then we race horses. We also, Jose and I want to, I know it's been a long show, but we do want to do a once over now that we have the cash flow up from the Action Network, just on the spots that we were deciding between. If that's okay with you guys, because I know we've been here for a while. Jose and I would like to do that. And I know we all want to race horses. Last spot on the board, Connecticut Sun, Phoenix Mercury, and we have Stacks play of the day number 2.
Stacks.
Connecticut Sun -5.5. Closing line value for our friend Justin McKelvey. Connecticut Sun 26-10, 13-5 at home. At the Phoenix Mercury 17-19, 10-8 at home. We're at the Footprint Center. Oh, 23-1 still Magic though. Ragu, let's get that home for you. We have the Mercury 10-8 Footprint Center, 10-8 at the Footprint Center in Phoenix, Arizona. Take a look at the last couple games.
Comment that what he was saying. He says the Sky do have something to play for. I am off. They don't. They're playing for a draft pick. If they lose this game, they get a better draft pick. Their first round draft pick is out for the rest of the season. Their other player is out for the rest of the season. The other forward is out for the rest of the season. Half the fucking starting lineup is out for the rest of the season. The season's over.
But don't they have, like, they're in line right now? If the
they're
season
not mathematically out of the playoffs, but
they're actually in if the season ended this second.
Yes, but the Mystic or the Dream are going to get that playoff spot. It's just I don't know which one it's going to be. It's damn near a 50-50 roll the dice of who's it's going to be.
Okay, I feel you. Okay, so let's roll into this one here. Connecticut Sun, Phoenix Mercury. The Sun coming off 2 games in Los Angeles. Won the first one 79-67. Then on Tuesday, they won 86-66. Couple easy wins. Mercury coming off losses, a lot of them. They have the 1 win versus Atlanta, and it's surrounded by losses. They lose at home to the Mystics in ugly fashion, 90-77. Then they play. And this team hasn't played since last Saturday. Last Saturday, they get destroyed by the Storm, 90-66. 6 days off. I wonder what you think about that long of a break. We have Connecticut now -9 or 9.5 at some books. A huge move towards them. This opened up at 5.5. Justin moved on it then, and he's taken a huge move in his favor. Got to feel good there. And then this total is 155.5 -108 to the under. Opened up at 159.5. Has dropped 4 points. Take it away for us here. Bookie Buster play days. Connecticut Sun -6.5. The floor is yours, Brizzy. Final game on the card.
Yeah, just my quick little rant about the WNBA. Can't wait until they add the expansion teams. The fact that a 12-24 record can put you in playoff contention and 13-23, and you can still get a top 5 draft pick is just drastically like. Can you imagine if that was the NBA? If the team that was that below 500 was in the playoffs? It's just crazy to me.
We used to have that in NHL back in the old days, with the Smythe division and Patrick division and North division, all that. In the Smythe division where the Canucks played, you had the Oilers who were dominant. And then you had the Flames who were always playing good hockey. And then, in fourth in that division to get into the playoffs would either be the Canucks or the Jets, who would be 25 games under 500. We get, generally destroyed in the first round. Sometimes we would fight like we did in 89, but generally we'd get destroyed in the first round. So we used to do it. We used to have it. But I hear that rant and it makes sense. And Toronto is going to be in there soon, man.
Yeah, I can't wait to see the expansion team, see some Paige Beckers in there. But as I digress, we're kind of waiting on the Kalia Copper news. But to be honest with you, the more and more too much football shit was going on yesterday for me because I wish I would have moved on this line earlier because the more and more I started thinking about it, I was like, the fuck doesn't even matter if she's in or she's out. Either way, I think the Mercury are probably going to lose. The Mercury have their playoff seed locked in, and they got their feet kicked up laying in the sand chilling because they look very uninterested since they've locked in that playoff seed. They've lost 7 out of their last 10 games since then. I mean, it's been really bad for this Phoenix Mercury team. I think that they bounce back on Sunday when they play the Chicago Sky, but that's for the weekend. This is a business trip for the Sun, in my opinion. Their road trip concludes with Phoenix tonight, and then Sunday they play in Las Vegas. I think that's going to give them a good litmus test to see where they're going to stand at the end of the year with the new roster additions after the break. This is a Connecticut Sun spot all day. This is the second leg of my parlay, -192. If Kalia Copper's in, I'll probably move on the Connecticut Sun money line and add to my position. If she's out, probably just chill with the parlay. Yeah, a little -192 2-leg parlay. We're trying to make some money today and get to the window. Usually don't try to do these type of chalk parlays, but Mr. O'Malley fights tomorrow night, and it's a big weekend. It started last night on the live stream. Fuck's the last time you see me on a live stream bet a fucking money line with a bunch of player props and stuff like that. I'm live betting fucking Ray Davis like he's James Cook. It's a big weekend this weekend. We're opening up the account a little bit. We're going in chalk style. This is a 2-leg parlay. If you want to take the spread, you can take the spread to get plus money. Connecticut's not about to beat the shit out of this Mercury, unfortunately. I'm a Mercury fan.
I like it. So we have a Lynx money line, Sun money line. We lean under in Sky Lynx, and then the Wings at +11 and the team total 81.5. I may move on. Brizzy, you have not made that official. The Wings.
I'm not betting Dallas. No, there's no way. The only way I would bet on Dallas Wings is if they put a Maddie Seegers prop up. I would slam a Maddie Seegers prop every day of the week. But by Villanova alone.
You have Caitlin Clark over 21.5 points. Caitlin Clark to be the top scorer in Aces Indiana Fever at +330. And the Fever money line at +165. It'll be Fever first quarter and full game, and Clark over 21.5 for me. And then that's your card. That is your card. Ron Crawford on the Mystics +3.5 WNBA play of the day. And of course, the Stacks play the Connecticut Sun -5.5. Bookie Buster at 6.5. Jerry Davis got it at 5. Great job, you guys, destroying the market move. Brizzy, thank you so much. Tell us a little bit about tomorrow night here on Pub Sports Radio. Your podcast is blowing up. I love to see it. Going to cross 5,000 views, I'm sure, today. Maybe you already have. And I love to see it richly rewarded. You guys are putting in all hard work. And shout out to Big Show too. What a great job he's doing producing. You guys are a well-fueled machine. Tell us about tomorrow night.
Yeah, tomorrow starts at the tailgate though, noon. We got Bellator going down tomorrow. Bellator in England. That's the appetizers for tomorrow's UFC No Chase stream. And we gave out a couple of Cage Warriors winners on the tailgate yesterday. Swept the Cage Warriors card. We're going in for Bellator while we're watching some college football games. And then that's going to lead right into UFC 306. We got Sean O'Malley fighting in the spear against Marab the Machine Davashili. It's going to be a banger tomorrow night. Make sure you guys join us here on the live stream. We got a lot of bets going off tomorrow night, and you never know who's going to be a special guest. We're going to try to bring in some gamblers, though. We're not probably get off the UFC fighter guest and probably bring in some more gamblers for tomorrow to make sure you guys in the chat get all the bets that you guys need.
Thank you so much for making time for us at getting_Bills_.
Look at Bet365. Bet365. I got it at -192.
Yeah, and it's actually moved up a tiny bit since then. It's -200 right now at 365. So I love it. I love it, Brizzy. Thank you so much for making time for us, my man. It means so much. Go out there and get that cash. And any last words for the Capper Sport in the show?
Yeah, if you want to alt line it, nobody's telling you. You have to bet the exact money lines. You can bet the alt line on the -12 and make it a -6 and get a little even odds if you want to eat the juice. But to be honest with you, I've done in the last year of looking at my gambling stuff like that. Shit, as long as I increase my higher win rate, my ROI ends up following accordingly. And once you start letting go of like, oh, this isn't value, this, that, and the third, dude, just bet what the fuck you think is going to win. And it's probably more times than not going to leave you towards you having a winning week. And that's all we need to do here as gamblers is have a week after week return ROI profits, and the plus money is going to come along the way. The plus money spots you can't force.
I love it, Brizzy. Get that cash, my man. Thank you for rocking with us. Sancho asking about the birthday pick here for Kong. Honestly, I think I would like to sit with it for longer. If I was, pushed to do something right this second, the birthday pick, it's a 48 now, and I got a 47. The birthday pick is the over in Cincinnati, Kansas City. I mean, I got a 47, which is a key number, but I like seeing it's 48 right now. I think it's an over. That's the birthday pick. Over in Cincinnati, Kansas City. Yeah, I'm just going to stick with that. That's the spot. All right, let's bring back our guy, producer, and co-host of the show, Jose Bouquett. Jose, great news about action. So we're going to go real fast. I know you guys want to race horses, so we're going to go real fast, right, Jose? We're just going to bang through. We're not going to go back over line moves. We're just going to look at the action and then look at the cash flow.
Yeah, I've already locked in most of my action. I've already forgotten actually what the bet I was, or what the bet it was I cut.
Okay.
I don't remember now actually, but we'll go over it real quick. I'm on the Mariners or Marlins, excuse me. Nationals under. We talked about that. I moved on the Dodgers. That's 50% of the money, and I need to go back to action real quick to double check this. But 50% of the bets were on the Dodgers, and we have 92% of the money on them. So bigger bets on the Dodgers. I'll roll with that there. Only 8%, 4% now as it updates. 52% of the bets, 96% of the money. So just ridiculous bets, big bets on the Dodgers. Makes me feel better there, I guess. Bet number 3, I'm on the A's. That was not as public or whatever as I hoped. 68% of the bets and 61. I was only going to stay off of it if it was like 80, 90% there. Maybe even the 70s would have me worrying, but in the 60s, I'm okay with that. And then moving on to Colorado first 5. I moved on them first 5 plus 117 there. Colorado. I'm missing it. Where are you? The Cubs, 77 and 82% of the money on the Cubs. So that one's not even that surprising. And then totals wise, real quick, which are the ones that are particularly interesting. On the over in Seattle, Texas, 91% of the bets, 86% of the money on them or on it. It's not 99.99. I'm a little worried being on it, but I am going to be on it. Even money, 7. And then to round it off, Padres, Giants under 7, 91% of the bets, 93% of the money on the over going down. So that's the ideal scenario for me. So I moved on the under. Minus 125.
Interesting. Very, very interesting. I'll tell you for me what is going to make the card now, looking at the cash flow. The Texas Seattle, I'm not going to move on it on the over. 91% of tickets, 86% of cash, and it drops to 6.5. I'm going to let the gut go. The over 8.5 is a green light. 76% of tickets, 81% cash on the over, green light. Then the under 8.5, very green light for Astros Angels. And
what
I don't
was the
think
over 8.5? Which game was that in?
Brewers Diamondbacks.
Okay.
The under 8.5 green light in Astros Angels. No green light on the Astros though. If it's 85 and 84 and this line's not moving, that's not appealing. So let me just make sure I know that here. And then the A's is not appealing. Did you back that? A's are not appealing.
Yeah.
60,
I like
60.
the A's. I'll take them. I didn't want to back it with 90+% or an 80+%. Excuse me, but I'll take it with 60+%. Yeah. By the way, I figured out which one the side it was. It was the Brewers money line. I moved off the Brewers actually because that line actually moved pretty briskly in the time we did it. It's almost now -120 Arizona. So I was pretty surprised by that. So that's why I guess I'm off. I still like the over. Yeah, because
that's
we
good.
think
We want Arizona to have the lead in that.
Yeah, I still like the over. And I didn't move on the over yet, and I just didn't write it down, so I'll probably move on it now. But I didn't move on Milwaukee money line because of that reason.
I'm going to be on the under 7.5 in Tampa, Cleveland. I got the green light there. The no green light on the Yankees at all. And I wish I had taken that first 5 under 4.5 for Marlins Nats when I had the opportunity, but I didn't, and I'm gonna let it go and not gonna let that dwell on that. But I tell you, I'm a little surprised, Jose. For the Angel spot. Now I know we handle these markets differently, but for the Dodgers spot, with 96% of the cash, I would want to see the market moving, towards them.
Well, I think the ticket count is what it's keeping it that way. I think you're still getting 50% of the tickets on one side. In the bigger bets, obviously. And by the way, Jimmy, I started the download process for all of our episodes from the year to try to sift and find moments. So my computer is about to fucking explode because I'm downloading a bunch of videos. So if I run poorly, then I apologize. But yeah, I think that those big bets are just appealing to me.
I guess you can sort of remember when you skim through, but it's really hard. I should take notes. I've said that. Peter and I have said that for 7 years, and we don't do it.
Yes, I was successful doing it 1 year, and I've been shitty doing it the rest of the years. But I have the notes from the last 2 months.
Yeah, there's been some fun stuff, no doubt about it. Okay, great. That's all we needed to do. Let's get into our horse race. It's what everybody wants. We have $50 on the line. We are traveling for a minute and a half. Congratulations to MMA Mad Hatter out of Kitchener, Ontario, cashing $50 yesterday. Here we go. Jose, here we go. How many gold members do we have?
82. Jimmy, you got 8.5, right, for that Arizona total?
Yeah. Well, I haven't bet it. Don't tell me it's a 9.
It's a 9 at Bet Online right now. So I would go look at what it is at Eurobook here. So that's what my reaction was.
No, it's 8.5. Okay.
So you got okay. But Jimmy's gonna bet that right now.
Well, let's call the race. Let's call the race.
I'm the Bovada as well. I want to look real quick. Bovada has this as 8.5 -115. I'm gonna have to bet that there, but I'll call the first 45, and Jimmy will hopefully be done betting it by the last 45. And let's hope my computer runs. 82 members. We're off and racing here in a beautiful day here in San Antonio Raceway, home of Pub Sports Radio Gold Member races. Sports Money out in the lead right now. Shout out to you, Mikey Money. Hope you're having a nice day there. Salty Pete, Willem Bardo, Dutch Boy Fresh, Big O, Top Set made his debut yesterday. Shout out to you, Top Set. Picks from Dave in here as well. Salty Pete, again, all the way up there at the top. Back-to-back days of being up here in the mix. Salty Pete, Harbor Acres. Don't forget it. Go look at their lovely Airbnbs right now. O'Brien Palmer pops up in the mix. There goes Picks from Dave. Jimmy the Bag, Nasty Nate at the bottom of our screens. Looking very active today. Jimmy, are you done betting your horse or your thingy?
I've done the most important thing where I'm taking the picture of it. Jimmy the Bag right in position here. I like the gait on this horse. I'm moving nicely, very fluidly. Res Mob ahead. And MI Line taking a lead on the outside, but I'm not going away. Boogie Main right there. We got Eberg. Al Cervic making a power move to the front. And there's Mikey Money trying to get to the finish line. Mikey Money 10 seconds away from pay dirt, baby. Pay dirt. Can he get home? TJ says no. TJ coming up alongside in the final.
Go!
What happened? Oh, God. Oh, Jesus. Wow. It felt like the jockey on TJ's horse pulled out a sharpened chopstick and got the jockey on Mikey Money. Mikey Money just buckled. That was Heartbreak Hotel. TJ is our winner and $50 richer. Beautiful Ryan Kozlowski. We'll take it from here. We'll make sure that Swiggy's in touch with you, my man. We'll take it from here. Wow, that was, I mean, just he was right there. I mean, we needed 3 more steps. And I mean, what place did he end up? 50th?
That's a great question. That's a great question now that you mention it.
He was 3 steps away.
Where is he?
Good God, that was just
oh my God, he might have shivved him.
Oh, we got to get the ambulance out.
Holy shit. I think he took him out.
I hate seeing horses break down. I can't believe they're going to do that to us.
Oh my God, 75th.
Oh, there you are.
In front of me, though.
Wow, that was
wow. Am I lying? And Salty Pete in front of the race the whole time.
Wow.
Shot their loads way too early, it seems.
Wow.
Wow. Sports money getting shivved there in the back. Good God.
That was Jesus. TJ got the last laugh. TJ, our winner. Let me put this up. Oh, sorry, that's Thursdays. No, it's where the hell Fridays. Let me put that up here so we can let TJ know now $50 richer. All right, that is the weekend, and things are going to heat up around here as we move forward. Tomorrow we have a monster day. Starts with tailgating. Then we have the big Whiskey Alabama game, which rolls right into UFC. And then Sunday, NFL Pub Hub Week 2. I've got to do the records right after this. NFL Pub Hub Week 2, which then we have a few hours of, just hardcore action and sweating. And then we meet up for Bears, Texans. And Sunday night, for those of you tracking how we handle these live streams, Sunday night will be my sauce night. Sunday night will be, that will be the night when, I can't vouch for all of my actions. Monday will be slightly, and then Thursday I'm going to try to keep it clean because we got the big show Friday and there's so much work to do. So that will be my plan. This Sunday, I'm going to get a little twisted up, man. That's what's going to happen, man. See the darkness come out, man.
That'll be fun. Saturday I have a large golf outing with all my buddies, so my pussy's probably going to be destroyed this weekend as well.
That's just horribly put.
What do you mean? I mean, well, something or someone might destroy my pussy.
When you say it like that, it sounds like something else is going on.
Oh, fair enough. We wouldn't want people thinking that now.
Yeah. All right.
But yeah, it's a great time, guys. Shout out to everyone in the chat. It was a great week.
That's how we
had the week right there. Ryan Kozlowski, it's nice to see you. Kelly, MMA Mad Hatter, Nuke Worker. Don't hold your breath for that cornhole video, but I still have the clips if you want them, Nuke. I still have.
Clips. Come on, that's what you're gonna do now. Not only we're not gonna produce it, we're just gonna send them the clips.
Yeah, I have all the clips.
Come on,
man. You look great, Nuke. Nuke, you look great. I mean, I showed that interview clip at the end where Nuke was just holding on to Detroit for dear life, but it was great. It was a great time.
I think we can close today's show with the video of Gokster slapping his own ass. But before we do that, congratulations to TJ, $50 richer. That shank of Mikey Money was tough to watch. Thank you to everybody in the chat. The Nuke Worker, Nunya, AOD, Ryan Kozlowski, Kelly McInnes, DC Capper, MMA Mad Hatter, Rem Most, Nunya Business. Thank you, guys. Gerald Jones, Tex Styles, Sancho, Tori Coker. Thank you, guys, man. Jerry Davis, The Truth Teller. Keep up the great work, you guys. Daryl Turner. Let's get that cash. Nasty Nate, J Dub, Justin McKelvey, Rod Zawacki, Big Ragu. Thank you guys so much for all that you do for us. Yes, and Romeo Cagliano says, starting pitcher for the Tigers, Brant Herder. That's exactly what that was my hope and my expectation. And I don't think that's changed tell me it has. I would love to see this. No, it hasn't changed. The total's still right where it was. Thank you all so much. Jose, my friend. D Mills, CFL pick tonight. Yes, I am on the over 52.5 this evening. The whole world is on the BC Lions. Not one person is on the Argos. Not anywhere. You can't find it anywhere. It's a little fishy. And I expect, and I don't have the balls to bet it, but I expect Argos to cover the first quarter and first half in these types of situations. Where everybody's on one side and the line's not moving. So we'll see. But I'm on the over 52.5. I think there's going to be points.
By the way,
yeah,
Jimmy, I forgot I did this when you told your lovely story about in and out or in out. I texted Helga just out of the blue. Do you want to in out?
Yeah. And her reply.
She said, obviously, she said, what do you mean? What is that? And I obviously said, you know what it means. So I hope I'll hopefully have a positive response later on the week. Who knows?
Oh man,
I forgot I did that. So
good work.
That was worth it.
That was worth it. It was worth it. Good work.
That was a good tickle.
Yeah, no, it's nice, good work. I hope you all get to in out this weekend and join us for our big weekend here at Pub Sports Radio. Let's get let's close with the picture of Gokster slapping his own ass. Jose, great work all week, my friend. You worked your ass off. It's football season. You're under the gun, man. Thank you for all that you do for us, and thank you to all of you in the chat. Let's go out and get the money, man. Let's go out and let's los bookmakers.
Fucking Ghost. Unbelievable.
Look at that guy.